Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
And we shall still be together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that. Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a youth thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important.
Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented. Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
We shall still be together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that. Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a youth thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important. This year's theme is focusing on closing the tap on new HIV infection.
For now, I'm happy that part of this program, this Indaba, persons with disabilities have not been left behind. They are also in attendance as in participating. So I'm happy.
You already pointed out that we have a number of partners, key partners in the room, some of the donors. Like we have PEPFAR, that's in attendance. We have UNAIDS, we have UNESCO, we have UNFPA. They are all in the room and ready to listen to the young people. HIVOS is also in the room. We have SAT Zambia in the room. We have CHAS that have also supported the event. So we have all these partners in the room that are eager to listen to the young people. This event is meant to provide an opportunity for young people to actually speak out, to present to the stakeholders and everybody else challenges they're facing, but also develop innovative solutions to the challenges they face on a daily basis.
Basically, I'm looking forward to seeing things change for the youth in Zambia and the Young program.
Just to state also, Honorable, that PEPFAR is actually one of the major supporting partners for this event. So they came very, very helpful.
Okay, is that so? So next year, I told them we must not only do this in Lusaka. I want us to do this in all the 9 provinces. And I said we'll budget for them, and I hope you will be you will partner with us, not just for Lusaka, but the other 9 provinces.
Our push is to ensure that we enhance prevention, and we need partners to work with us. But we need young people to lead this process of closing the tap. Closing the tap of new HIV infection practically means enhancing HIV prevention interventions. That is important. And the reason why it's more important is because we can't continue mopping the floor while the tap is running. Okay? Like we can't continue treating those that are getting infected while we continue admitting more and more new infections, especially considering the fact that we're using borrowed mops in all these particular interventions. The ARVs, most of the ARVs we have are based on donor support. So we need to put in place interventions that can be driven by the young people, by the communities in order to address this particular challenge.
Studying on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a PrEP mentor.
And for that, we're saying PrEP is going to enable the youths to have an HIV-free generation for today and for the future. With that, we say Zambia ends in AIDS by 2030. Voila!
What's the one way that you can use to describe the past 2 days? One word. Awesome. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. Amazing. Wow. Educative. Special. Fantastic. Wow. Unbelievable. To me, it's been unbelievable.
Hi everyone, my name is Atumelo Musole and I have just attended the Regional Youth Indaba in Lusaka. It has been an amazing experience because this Regional Youth Indaba was looking at how we as young people can come together and be the drivers of the force. We are coming together as young people to discuss how HIV prevention can be created through innovation, youth engagement, as well as leadership. And I have learned so many amazing things and I would love for you to follow Zambia Youth Platform.
Hey everyone, my name is Edith Namsamba, coming from Onzayuna. I'm so happy to be part and parcel of the amazing young people coming from different walks of life just to come and attend this Indaba. So one thing that I was really excited about is seeing the inclusion of the differently abled young people coming to attend and coming to be abreast on issues pertaining HIV and AIDS.
So my name is Tafazila Banda. I am a law student at Mulungushi University. I'm so excited to be part of the Youth Indaba that is taking place today. Actually, it has been taking place for the past 2 days in Lusaka at Mika Hotel. The most thing I loved about this conference is how that youths were able to unite, and it was not just maybe Zambia, Western Province thing, it was a whole nation thing. And I love that. Not just that, how free we were able to discuss our issues, because, you know, as youths, people usually say we are not united, but I felt that sense of unity and that sense of impact actually happening. The theme has actually been closing the gap of the new HIV infections through meaningful youth engagement, leadership, and innovation. For me, go and become a meaningful youth.
Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
And we shall do it together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that. Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a youth thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important. This year's theme is focusing on closing the tap on new HIV infection.
For now, I'm happy that part of this program, this Indaba, persons with disabilities have not been left behind. They are also in attendance as in participating. So I'm happy.
You already pointed out that we have a number of partners, key partners in the room, some of the donors. Like we have PEPFAR, that's in attendance. We have UNAIDS, we have UNESCO, we have UNFPA. They are all in the room and ready to listen to the young people. HIVOS is also in the room. We have SAT Zambia in the room. We have CHAS that have also supported the event. So we have all these partners in the room that are eager to listen to the young people. This event is meant to provide an opportunity for young people to actually speak out, to present to the stakeholders and everybody else challenges they're facing, but also develop innovative solutions to the challenges they face on a daily basis.
First of all, I'm looking forward to seeing things change for the youth in Zambia and the young program.
Just to state also, Honorable, that PEPFAR is actually one of the major supporting partners for this event. So they came very, very helpful.
Okay, is that so? So next year, I told them we must not only do this in Lusaka. I want us to do this in all the 9 provinces. And I said we'll budget for them, and I hope you will be you will partner with us, not just for Lusaka, but the other 9 provinces.
Our push is to ensure that we enhance prevention, and we need partners to work with us. But we need young people to lead this process of closing the tap. Closing the tap of new HIV infection practically means enhancing HIV prevention interventions. That is important. And the reason why it's more important is because we can't continue mopping the floor while the tap is running. Okay? Like we can't continue treating those that are getting infected while we continue admitting more and more new infections, especially considering the fact that we're using borrowed mops in all these particular interventions. The ARVs, most of the ARVs we have are based on donor support. So we need to put in place interventions that can be driven by the young people, by the communities in order to address this particular challenge.
Studying on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a PrEP mentor as well.
And for that, we're saying PrEP is going to enable the youths to have an HIV-free generation for today and for the future. With that, we say Zambia ends in AIDS by 2030. Voila!
Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
shall do it together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a youth thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important. This year's theme is focusing on closing the tap on new HIV infection.
For now, I'm happy that part of this program, this Indaba, persons with disabilities have not been left behind. They are also in attendance as in participating. So I'm happy.
You already pointed out that we have a number of partners, key partners in the room, some of the donors. Like we have PEPFAR, that's in attendance. We have UNAIDS, we have UNESCO, we have UNFPA. They are all in the room and ready to listen to the young people. HIVOS is also in the room. We have SAT Zambia in the room. We have CHAS that have also supported the event. So we have all these partners in the room that are eager to listen to the young people. This event is meant to provide an opportunity for young people to actually speak out, to present to the stakeholders and everybody else challenges they're facing, but also develop innovative solutions to the challenges they face on a daily basis.
First of all, I'm looking forward to seeing things change for the youth in Zambia under your program.
Just to state also, Honorable, that PEPFAR is actually one of the major supporting partners for this event. So they came on very, very helpful.
Okay, is that so? So next year, I told them we must not only do this in Lusaka. I want us to do this in all the 9 provinces. And I said we'll budget for them, and I hope you will be you will partner with us, not just for Lusaka, but the other 9 provinces.
Our push is to ensure that we enhance prevention, and we need partners to work with us. But we need young people to lead this process of closing the tap. Closing the tap of new HIV infection practically means enhancing HIV prevention interventions. That is important. And the reason why it's more important is because we can't continue mopping the floor while the tap is running. Okay? Like we can't continue treating those that are getting infected while we continue admitting more and more new infections, especially considering the fact that we're using borrowed mops in all these particular interventions. The ARVs, most of the ARVs we have are based on donor support. So we need to put in place interventions that can be driven by the young people, by the communities in order to address this particular challenge.
Studying on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a PrEP mentor.
And for that, we're saying PrEP is going to enable the youths to have an HIV-free generation for today and for the future. With that, we say Zambia ends in AIDS by 2030. Voila!
Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
And we shall do it together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a youth thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important. This year's theme is focusing on closing the tap on new HIV infection.
For now, I'm happy that part of this program, this Indaba, persons with disabilities have not been left behind. They are also in attendance as in participating. So I'm happy.
You already pointed out that we have a number of partners, key partners in the room, some of the donors. Like we have PEPFAR, that's in attendance. We have UNAIDS, we have UNESCO, we have UNFPA. They are all in the room and ready to listen to the young people. HIVOS is also in the room. We have SAT Zambia in the room. We have CHAS that have also supported the event. So we have all these partners in the room that are eager to listen to the young people. This event is meant to provide an opportunity for young people to actually speak out, to present to the stakeholders and everybody else challenges they're facing, but also develop innovative solutions to the challenges they face on a daily basis.
First of all, I'm looking forward to seeing things change for the youth in Zambia under your program.
Just to state also, Honorable, that PEPFAR is actually one of the major supporting partners for this event. So they came on very, very helpful.
Okay, is that so? So next year, I told them we must not only do this in Lusaka. I want us to do this in all the 9 provinces. And I said we'll budget for them, and I hope you will be you will partner with us, not just for Lusaka, but the other 9 provinces.
Our push is to ensure that we enhance prevention, and we need partners to work with us. But we need young people to lead this process of closing the tap. Closing the tap of new HIV infection practically means enhancing HIV prevention interventions. That is important. And the reason why it's more important is because we can't continue mopping the floor while the tap is running. Okay? Like we can't continue treating those that are getting infected while we continue admitting more and more new infections, especially considering the fact that we're using borrowed mops in all these particular interventions. The ARVs, most of the ARVs we have are based on donor support. So we need to put in place interventions that can be driven by the young people, by the communities in order to address this particular challenge.
Studying on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a PrEP mentor.
And for that, we're saying PrEP is going to enable the youths to have an HIV-free generation for today and for the future. With that, we say Zambia ends in AIDS by 2030. Voila!
Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
We shall should be together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a youth thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important. This year's theme is focusing on closing the tap on new HIV infection.
For now, I'm happy that part of this program, this Indaba, persons with disabilities have not been left behind. They are also in attendance as in participating. So I'm happy.
You already pointed out that we have a number of partners, key partners in the room, some of the donors. Like we have PEPFAR, that's in attendance. We have UNAIDS, we have UNESCO, we have UNFPA. They are all in the room and ready to listen to the young people. HIVOS is also in the room. We have SAT Zambia in the room. We have CHARS that have also supported the event. So we have all these partners in the room that are eager to listen to the young people. This event is meant to provide an opportunity for young people to actually speak out, to present to the stakeholders and everybody else challenges they're facing, but also develop innovative solutions to the challenges they face on a daily basis.
First of all, I'm looking forward to seeing things change for the youth in Zambia under the Youth program.
Just to state also, Honorable, that PEPFAR is actually one of the major supporting partners for this event. So they came in very, very helpful.
Okay, is that so? So next year, I told them we must not only do this in Lusaka. I want us to do this in all the 9 provinces. And I said we'll budget for them, and I hope you will be you will partner with us, not just for Lusaka, but the other 9 provinces.
Our push is to ensure that we enhance prevention, and we need partners to work with us. But we need young people to lead this process of closing the tap. Closing the tap of new HIV infection practically means enhancing HIV prevention interventions. That is important. And the reason why it's more important is because we can't continue mopping the floor while the tap is running. Okay? Like we can't continue treating those that are getting infected while we continue admitting more and more new infections, especially considering the fact that we're using borrowed mops in all these particular interventions. The ARVs, most of the ARVs we have are based on donor support. So we need to put in place interventions that can be driven by the young people, by the communities in order to address this particular challenge.
Studying on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a PrEP mentor.
And for that, we're saying PrEP is going to enable the youths to have an HIV-free generation for today and for the future. With that, we say Zambia ends in AIDS by 2030. Voila!
Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
We shall be together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a huge thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important. This year's theme is focusing on closing the tap on new HIV infection.
For now, I'm happy that part of this program, this Indaba, persons with disabilities have not been left behind. They are also in attendance as in participating. So I'm happy.
You already pointed out that we have a number of partners, key partners in the room, some of the donors. Like we have PEPFAR, that's in attendance. We have UNAIDS, we have UNESCO, we have UNFPA. They are all in the room and ready to listen to the young people. HIVOS is also in the room. We have SAT Zambia in the room. We have CHAS that have also supported the event. So we have all these partners in the room that are eager to listen to the young people. This event is meant to provide an opportunity for young people to actually speak out, to present to the stakeholders and everybody else challenges they're facing, but also develop innovative solutions to the challenges they face on a daily basis.
First of all, I'm looking forward to seeing things change for the youth in Zambia and the program.
Just to state also, Honorable, that PEPFAR is actually one of the major supporting partners for this event. So they came in very, very helpful.
Okay, is that so? So next year, I told them we must not only do this in Lusaka. I want us to do this in all the 9 provinces. And I said we'll budget for them, and I hope you will be you will partner with us, not just for Lusaka, but the other 9 provinces.
Our push is to ensure that we enhance prevention, and we need partners to work with us. But we need young people to lead this process of closing the tap. Closing the tap of new HIV infection practically means enhancing HIV prevention interventions. That is important. And the reason why it's more important is because we can't continue mopping the floor while the tap is running. Okay? Like we can't continue treating those that are getting infected while we continue admitting more and more new infections, especially considering the fact that we're using borrowed mops in all these particular interventions. The ARVs, most of the ARVs we have are based on donor support. So we need to put in place interventions that can be driven by the young people, by the communities in order to address this particular challenge.
Studying on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a PrEP mentor.
And for that, we're saying PrEP is going to enable the youth to have an HIV-free generation for today and for the future. With that, we say Zambia ends in AIDS by 2030. Voila!
Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
We shall put it together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget like for that.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a huge thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important. This year's theme is focusing on closing the tap on new HIV infection.
For now, I'm happy that part of this program, this Indaba, persons with disabilities have not been left behind. They are also in attendance as in participating. So I'm happy.
You already pointed out that we have a number of partners, key partners in the room, some of the donors. Like we have PEPFAR that's in attendance. We have UNAIDS, we have UNESCO, we have UNFPA. They are all in the room and ready to listen to the young people. HIVOS is also in the room. We have SAT Zambia in the room. We have CHAS that have also supported the event. So we have all these partners in the room that are eager to listen to the young people. This event is meant to provide an opportunity for young people to actually speak out, to present to the stakeholders and everybody else challenges they're facing, but also develop innovative solutions to the challenges they face on a daily basis.
Basically, I'm looking forward to seeing things change for the youth in Zambia under the youth program.
Just to state also, Honorable, that PEPFAR is actually one of the major supporting partners for this event. So they came in very, very helpful.
Okay, is that so? So next year, I told them we must not only do this in Lusaka. I want us to do this in all the 9 provinces. And I said we'll budget for them, and I hope you will be you will partner with us, not just for Lusaka, but the other 9 provinces.
Our push is to ensure that we enhance prevention, and we need partners to work with us. But we need young people to lead this process of closing the tap. Closing the tap of new HIV infection practically means enhancing HIV prevention interventions. That is important. And the reason why it's more important is because we can't continue mopping the floor while the tap is running. Okay? Like we can't continue treating those that are getting infected while we continue admitting more and more new infections, especially considering the fact that we're using borrowed mops in all these particular interventions. The ARVs, most of the ARVs we have are based on donor support. So we need to put in place interventions that can be driven by the young people, by the communities in order to address this particular challenge.
Studying on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a PrEP mentor.
And for that, we're saying PrEP is going to enable the youths to have an HIV-free generation for today and for the future. With that, we say Zambia ends in AIDS by 2030. Voila!
Okay, so it's the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
We shall still be together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget, I'll put a budget line for that.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of all the young people and indeed on my own behalf, we would like to say a huge thank you and a youth thank you for finding time off your busy schedule to officiate this event. This indeed shows that you are committed to this cause. We really appreciate it.
This event is very important. This year's theme is focusing on closing the tap on new HIV infection.
For now, I'm happy that part of this program, this Indaba, persons with disabilities have not been left behind. They are also in attendance as in participating. So I'm happy.
You already pointed out that we have a number of partners, key partners in the room, some of the donors. Like we have PEPFAR, that's in attendance. We have UNAIDS, we have UNESCO, we have UNFPA. They are all in the room and ready to listen to the young people. HIVOS is also in the room. We have SAT Zambia in the room. We have CHAS that have also supported the event. So we have all these partners in the room that are eager to listen to the young people. This event is meant to provide an opportunity for young people to actually speak out, to present to the stakeholders and everybody else challenges they're facing, but also develop innovative solutions to the challenges they face on a daily basis.
Basically, I'm looking forward to seeing things change for the youth in Zambia under the youth program.
Just to state also, Honorable, that PEPFAR is actually one of the major supporting partners for this event. So they came in very, very helpful.
Okay, is that so? So next year, I told them we must not only do this in Lusaka. I want us to do this in all the 9 provinces. And I said we'll budget for them, and I hope you will be you will partner with us, not just for Lusaka, but the other 9 provinces.
Our push is to ensure that we enhance prevention, and we need partners to work with us. But we need young people to lead this process of closing the tap. Closing the tap of new HIV infection practically means enhancing HIV prevention interventions. That is important. And the reason why it's more important is because we can't continue mopping the floor while the tap is running. Okay? Like we can't continue treating those that are getting infected while we continue admitting more and more new infections, especially considering the fact that we're using borrowed mops in all these particular interventions. The ARVs, most of the ARVs we have are based on donor support. So we need to put in place interventions that can be driven by the young people, by the communities in order to address this particular challenge.
Studying on PrEP has really changed my life, such that when I completed college, I decided to be a PrEP mentor as well.
And for that, we're saying PrEP is going to enable the youths to have an HIV-free generation for today and for the future. With that, we say Zambia ends in AIDS by 2030. Voila!
Okay, so this is the second regional adolescent health Indaba, the RAHi in short. We have invited over 300 young people from across the country, all the 10 provinces represented, but we also have others from around the region. We have South Africa, we have Namibia, we have Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya.
And we shall still be together, that we work together, that this Indaba should not only happen in Lusaka. Let's have this Indaba in all the 9 provincial centers, so that the youths of Zambia who are out there must also hear these voices, must participate physically, must speak physically. And I have promised that in the next year's budget,
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. But inaongea hebu refresh yako. I think imeanza kufika yako, imehang edu, inaongea kwa sasa, inaongea wanasikika but Mazera, nitarudi nitoe nikifanya mic. Inaongea mic. Connect ile kamera yako. Check Mazera. One, two. 1 2. One, two. 1 2. One, two, 1 2, 1 2. 1 2, 1 2. 1
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2
Hello, 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 hello. Do I have young people in here? Do I have young people in here? Varusaka Momori Varusaka, where are you? Varusaka, Vakopala, Vakopala, Vakopala Laka, Northern Province Momori, Northern Province. I see you, my people. Eastern Province, Eastern Province, where are you? Muchinga, Muchinga, lovely. Northwestern, do we have Northwestern in the room? Nice. Do we have Southern Province? Ah, lovely. Do we have Central Province in the room? Central Province. Do we have, which other province is this? Luapula Province. Is Luapula here? So, we will be starting our program shortly. So we're going to be starting our Indaba shortly. Are you guys excited to be here? I can't hear you. Are you guys excited to be here? So this event is very, very important, and we have been planning for this event for a very, very long time. So we are so happy and excited to be here and to see each and every one of you. And by the way, we actually have visitors who are non-Zambian, some from Zimbabwe, our neighbors, our brothers and sisters, others from Botswana, and many other countries. So as Zambians, we need to welcome them nicely and teach them how to say Zambia, Zambia. Exactly. Exactly. I know they'll be asking what Zambia Kuchalo means. So for lunchtime, please make sure you tell them mine. So I am not alone. I am joined by two other lovely, exciting, energetic young people who will be co-chairing this event here today. Make sure that you make them feel at home, mind, because they are young people like us. So I will allow them to introduce themselves, where they are coming from, and what they do, and then we'll begin to kickstart our program shortly. Is that okay? Zambia? Zambia? So when I say RAHi, we say Kuchalwain. RAHi? 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 RAHi?
Okay, good morning. Wakopa Lalaka. Okay, so there's one thing that stood out for me. When Jeremiah was asking at Apula, nobody raised their hand. So Punana put at Apula. Yeah. Yeah. Put your hands together for me, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Hey. Yes. Yes. So as Jeremiah earlier alluded to, this is an important event, and I'm personally super excited to be here. And my name is Ika Kapambwe. I am a part of ZYP, and also I will be a part of the team that is chairing today's program. And as you can see, we are joined by an amazing lady that is a part of the program. And before she even speaks, I want you guys to put your hands together for her.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Look at him being a gentleman in the house. Well, I go by the name Linda Patience Masusu. Just a funny story. When I was born, everyone wanted to name me. That's why I've got a lot of names. So I'm really excited to be here, and I hope you're excited too. And I hope you can feel the vibe. It's going to be a very interesting platform where we get to discuss issues and also just get to have fun, because personally, I'm a person who just wants to have fun. Anyway, so as I've said, my name is Susie. I'm from Zimbabwe. I work for an organization called Youth Advocate Zimbabwe, and I'm also currently serving as the PEPFAR COP23 Youth Representative. So I'm just excited to see you all, and I hope you're going to learn, interact, and have fun as much as you can. So we're going to kickstart our program, and I hope you're very excited to start. So I realize we've got a number of people from different countries. So I would just say, Dumelang from those from Botswana. For us, we're in Zimbabwe, we say Makatini. When we say, because we're outside, we're saying my Zimbabweans, Manyama. That is to say, you guys are cool, you guys are wonderful, you guys are awesome. So we're just going to kickstart our program, and we're going to start with the national anthem so that we can just acknowledge the presence of the country that we are in. And I hope you guys are ready. So we'll be having our national anthem soon. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing, and we're going to have fun.
You can't come all the way to Mika. You can't come all the way to Mika and not give your energy to what we are doing here. We are all youth here, still full of energy, still full of power. So what I'm expecting is an audience that is super excited, and don't act like anyone forced you to come here. You came here because you knew that it's important for you and every other person that is affected by the issues that are about to be discussed here. So what I'm expecting, Jeremiah and Titi, for me, is that we're going to have an audience that is super energetic.
Beautiful, great stuff. I love that. So as per tradition, when the guest of honor and her entourage arrive, we will be upstanding. Thereafter, we will move into the national anthem. After the national anthem, we'll go into a prayer. After a prayer, then we will begin our program with opening remarks from His Worship, the Mayor of Chongwei. So, just as we are on the point of expectations, I have been part of the regional adolescent health Indaba from the first one, the second, and now the third. And my expectation is that we do better than we did last year. Because this event is very important, because this is the largest regional event that brings young people to discuss matters they are dealing with regards to health. So the fact that you're in the room means that you are at the decision-making table. And you need to make sure that your voices are heard. We have people from different diversities, university students, people from the community, people from the civil society. So make sure that when you are here, you make sure that your voice is heard. And this year's theme in particular is very, very important because it says closing the tap on new HIV infections through meaningful youth. How many youth are in here? Adolescents and young people? I expect that all the youth who've raised their hands, even those who didn't, participate because the theme says closing the tap on new HIV infections through meaningful youth engagement, innovation, and leadership. And another important thing to do as well is network. I know we are coming from a space, maybe you come with a friend. Please, today, don't speak to that friend. Speak to someone else. Get to know what they're doing in Northern Province. Get to know what they're doing in Zim, because learning from each other is very, very important. So my expectation is that we learn from each other and we meet new people. Titi, what is your expectation for this event?
Well, it's for me. I'm just looking forward to learn as much as I can from all of you. And as you were saying, this is about youth leadership, innovation, and engagement. So whilst we are at it, we realize that your participation is very important to this process. So maybe we can just have a few people from the audience who just tell us when they hear youth engagement, leadership, innovation, what comes to mind in terms of closing the tape in terms of new HIV infections. I know you are energetic and have got a lot of answers. You're leaders in your own capacity. So just a few people from the audience that can just tell us what they think when they hear about youth leadership and innovation.
So before we go to the audience, blessings Siveso from Mongo, you are wanted outside. Blessings Siveso from Mongo, you are wanted outside. Sorry, blessings, you are wanted outside. So Titi, ask the question, expectations from the audience. What are your expectations? Please just raise your hand if you'd like to share. Before I come and point at you. Who would like to start? Do we have young people in this room? Yay, moe. Lovely. I see a hand, Titi and Iga. I'm just going to visit the young lady here so that she gives us her expectation. Thank you so much. Can we have a prize for this young lady? Robinson, please arrange a prize for this young lady. Just tell us your name and where you're coming from and your expectation.
Thank you. My name is Helen Cosmas Manda from the Docket District, Eastern Province. I'm answering the question that he asked. When I hear closing the tap of new HIV infection through meaningful youth engagement, innovation, and leadership, what comes to my mind is me myself engaging myself. I have to be there in order for me to see the change, for me to see new HIV infections reducing. I'm supposed to engage myself. I'm supposed to be active. I'm supposed to participate, especially in matters that are affecting our young people and adolescents.
RAHi. Let us clap for her, please. Have we heard what she said? As young people, we need to take the lead. We need to ensure that we participate. Another hand? Okay, thank you.
My name is Edlight from Zimbabwe. I want to discuss about the leadership. You, as a youth, you have to lead by example.
Beautiful. Well said. RAHi. Young people lead by example. Another one here before we conclude.
Okay, my name is Dumsani Ngwenya from Zimbabwe. So meaningful youth engagement, it's a process from the design stage, the implementation of any program. We look forward to have young people to be engaged because they are the ones who have the problem. So they are the ones who have got the solution. So when we are saying meaningful engaging them, we are saying let their voices be heard in any decision-making table, whether it's a parliament, whether it's a committee on health, whether it's a committee on HIV and AIDS, let's have young people, the representation in their diversity. Young people should be represented in those committees, in those spaces. Thank you.
Beautiful, great stuff. RAHi, you see how the Zim people are slowly taking over. Eh? Zambians, where are you? I want Zambians now. Zambians, where are you? Okay, right here. Just say your names and where you're coming from and your expectations.
My name is Valepi Banda and I'm from Lusaka, Zambia. My expectations are that we should be able to amplify when it comes to implementations of already existing strategies. As it stands, we have the 2022 Adolescent Strategy that is going to be helping in closing the tap. But then are there spaces? How do we then access them? And how best as youth are we going to find ourselves there in order for us to create the adequate and effective change that we need? Thank you.
RAHi, Zambians, where are you? Especially the backbenchers, you are problems, you people. I want a hand somewhere here. Excellent. Sorry. Just introduce yourself and names and where you're coming from.
My name is Clive Jinyorenda, Lusaka, Africa Directions. My expectations are simple. For me to interact with my fellow young people so that I can juice out the different ideas that they have concerning the related program.
Thank you so much.
There's someone here.
Beautiful, great stuff. Wait the hand.
Hello, my name is Mabuto Sakana, and my expectation is that we have to interact with different people with disabilities as well, and also make sure that it's mutually safe. Those persons with disabilities will not be left behind, in the spirit of leaving no one behind.
Exciting. I think one thing that's standing out for me is that everybody's talking
Sorry,
about...
Nika, just a quick announcement. All media teams, the Honorable Minister of Health is here. So they're just asking that you go outside and just capture the moment. Because if it is not on video, it never happened. So media houses, please just go outside so that you can take pictures and videos of the Honorable Minister. Because if you didn't capture it, it never happened. Media houses, once more, please just go outside. The Honorable Minister of Health is here. So please go and capture the moment.
Yes, I was saying, I think for me, what's standing out really is that everything that is being said is about engaging, is about participating and playing an active role in what is happening. So this sends out a message that this meaningful youth engagement that we are talking about actually starts from here, within this room. We need to add our voices towards all of the policies that we're talking about, all of the plans that are being made towards the health, the health of the adolescents. So I would like to encourage everybody to just actively participate and engage, be able to also network, to put out that aspect, which is very, very important. And also persons with disabilities, quite impressive that we saw a representative coming from there and saying something. I'm personally quite interested in their work. I do a bit of sign language, so I could see some of the things that he was talking about.
Beautiful. I like that so much. I'm just surprised that amongst all the expectations, no one talked about food. I like that because it means we won't eat. So thank you very much for that. I would tell the people at the restaurant that the young people here just want to learn. But maybe away from that, I like that the energy in the room is directed towards just wanting to be a part of the solution, just wanting to be a part of the change. And that is very, very important. Titi, how do you feel about some of the expectations that came from the Zim people in particular?
Guess what, guys? When you say Titi and Sona, that actually means you're saying breast. So I'm just thinking, did you just call me breast? But anyway, that's okay. So from the expectation that was said from the Zim team, I think I'm actually very much impressed in terms of the issue of diversity. You say that as young people, as we are here, we are not a homogeneous group. And as much as we're young people, we've got different needs and we also need different services. So just allowing people to be who they are in their natural state is actually very important. And also just accommodating one another. And it is to the voices of young people, because as we stand together, understanding that I might be different from you, but we are just the same people, the same young people with the same vision and the same goal. So diversity is really important. And it is very important for all of us to try in as much as we can to just accommodate each other and appreciate the beauty that comes in diversity. Because if you look at colors, if you're painting a picture, you can't paint a picture with one color, that's boring. But if you add a lot of colors, it makes it pop out, it makes it beautiful. So as diverse as we are, when we come together, something beautiful comes out of it. And I'm just impressed with everyone here and the spirit of togetherness, the spirit of unity that is among us. So
Just been informed that there's a quick survey that Pepper Zambia is carrying out. Natasha, where are you? So Natasha will be passing through, so just scan this QR code on your phone, just fill in the quick survey, and then you are good to go. So I have one here. I don't know where it can go. I'll do mine once I'm seated. So just scan the QR code, and then we are good to go. Okay, yeah. So the QR codes are on the walls. If you can see, there's one just there. There's another one there. There's another one there. So just quickly scan it on your phone, and then you can be able to fill in that very important survey. We will be starting shortly. The Honorable Minister of Health is with us here. Once RAHi and RAHi Torage come in, we will be upstanding, and then while we are upstanding, we'll sing the national anthem. After that, we will say a prayer, and then after that, we will continue with our program.
Jeremiah, I think I'm getting quite excited and nervous about the program because we are finally about to start, and the moment that we have all been waiting for, preparing, spending sleepless nights for us to get to this moment is finally here. And I think right in this moment, what I would like to say is this is where we need to give it our all. And I think you know that there's this song, there's this very, very nice song that I like to sing to, called Smile. I can see Tai2 in the building. How many of you know Tai2? How many of you know Tai2? Now, those of you that were born in the 2000s can't relate. Yeah, 2000s can't relate. No, you're 2K. Oh, okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so what I'm trying to say is this is an opportunity. We were talking about networking. I personally believe that by the time I'm going back home, I'll be going back with Tai2's personal number. Yes, gorgeous. So yeah, let's take this as an opportunity to network.
Thank you so much. And Tai2, we are humbled to have you with us here today. Tai2 is a legend of the game, so we hope that the young people can take selfies with you, the young people can interact with you, and you can also do a little something for us. I mean, it's the regional adolescent health Indaba. We can't just let you go just like that. But we will be starting our program shortly. The Honorable Minister of Health is with us here. So as RAHi and RAHi Torage come in, we'll all be upstanding, and then we'll sing the national anthem. After that, we will say a prayer, and then after that, we will begin our program. So thank you very much to all the young people who have managed to come through. We know that there are more and more young people who would have loved to be here, but at this particular time, we could only accommodate you. But thank you very much for coming through. We encourage all of you to feel free to participate in the event, to participate in the breakout rooms, and to freely just express yourself. Remember RAHi? RAHi? Exactly. Natasha, where's Natasha? Natasha, there's a request that you quickly just explain what the survey is about. Can you do that?
Hi guys, good morning. So the survey is just basically about meaningful youth engagement. What I mean by that, we're all coming from different setups, we're coming from different institutions and organizations. So we just want to know, how are you youth engaged in line with decision making? Are you engaged when there's other processes in line with decision making, or where you would actually make an impact? So it's just questions around that. Which institution? How are you being engaged? Have you ever been engaged? What recommendations would you have in case you want to be engaged in the future? So it's just basically questions around that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think one of the things that we forgot, Jeremiah, while we were doing that register thing, is that we also have representatives from different high learning institutions from within this room. And I think we can do a little bit of a roll call while we're waiting for the Honorable Minister to come. So I'll start by, calling out Levi Mwanawasa University. Are you here? Okay, there you have it. Thank you so much.
University of Lusaka, are you here?
Lusaka? Okay, gorgeous.
The University of Zambia, are you here? Yeah. Gorgeous.
Evelyn Horn, are you here? You don't sound energetic. Are you? We can't even see you. Where are you? Okay. All right. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate. I think the initiative with higher learning institutions being present is that you would be able to contribute your views according to what is happening in those actual learning institutions, and also just help us understand what you think solutions are towards all of the problems that you have so far assessed. And we hope for your active participation while you are in this room.
Yeah. I was also just going to add on a very personal note that today is a very, very special day for me because I get to live my dream. So about 3 years ago, the first time I attended such an event, I told myself that before I stop attending these events or I am no longer a young person, I should chair this event. Now think about the level of courage when you step into a room, a non-territory, you don't know anyone, but you tell yourself to say, you know what, I want to be there one day. And here I am. So I'm telling you today that anything is possible as long as you put your mind to it. Impossible is nothing. So let no one tell you to say, no, you can't do this. No. Anything is possible. So remember, today is a very, very important day because it's the first day of the regional adolescent health Indaba, and the theme is closing the tap on new HIV infections through meaningful youth engagement, innovation, and leadership. A very, very important theme. So we have a lot of activities lined up for you guys. There'll be breakout rooms in the afternoon. There'll be interactive sessions. There'll be panel discussions. There'll be presentations. There'll be question and answer sessions. And for my folks who are coming from the universities, we have a deliberate breakout room just for you colleagues who are coming from the universities so that we can talk about your issues. So it's a jam-packed 3 days. We hope that you can join us and we could have fun together. So we will be starting our program shortly. The Honorable Minister of Health is with us. And I will repeat that as she comes through, we will be upstanding. Then we will sing the national anthem. After we sing the national anthem, we'll go into a prayer. After a prayer, then we will proceed with our program.
Okay, amazing. So while we are here, we would like to acknowledge some of the amazing people that are with us here and yet to join us. We have quite a number of people that are coming. The guest of honor herself, the Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia Timasebo, His Excellency, the Ambassador, the Embassy of the United States of America, and the country representative, the U.S. President Emergency Plan and Relief PEPFAR Zambia, the country director, United Nations Joint International Program on AIDS, UNAIDS Zambia, the Global Fund CCM Chairperson, the Director General National AIDS STI TB Council, NAC, the country director SRHR Africa Trust, SAD Zambia, directors from the Ministry of Health present, the provincial health director, Lusaka province, and also senior officials from cooperating partners and civil society, all senior government officials. We also have the President, African Youth and Adolescent Network on Population and Development, Afriani Zambia, and we also have the board chairperson, Zambia Youth Platform, Adolescents and Young People, who are you? And also we have members of the press who are making sure that this event here is also live even on our ZYP Facebook page. So if you have anyone at home that you would like to see you, because cameras are flashing here, so let people know that ZYP is broadcasting live on our Facebook page. Let also people in Zimbabwe watch that you are doing this thing here in Zambia. And we also have other distinguished invited guests that will be present with us. So generally, we are excited, and right about now, we're expecting the entrance. We're expecting the entrance of the guest of honor, the Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia T. Masebo. And remember, as we say, we shall be upstanding while we allow entry for the guest of honor.
So we'll quickly just ask that the dignitaries at the high table please be seated while we wait for the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Health. She is in the jurisdiction of Mika Convention Center, but she will be joining us shortly. In the meantime, please also, the lovely participants, please be seated as we wait for the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Health. RAHi! 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 please, don't forget that slogan, okay? Because as we have lunch, I will be standing there. I ask you, RAHi, then you eat. If you forget, there's no food for you. We will be starting our program shortly. Thank you so much for your patience. It's lovely to see everyone branded ZYP and the Regional Adolescent Health Indaba. So this is the third edition of the Regional Adolescent Health Indaba, and the theme this year is closing the tap on new HIV infections through meaningful youth engagement, innovation, and leadership. And we are so excited to be hosting you here in Lusaka, Zambia. We have dignitaries from around the world who have joined us here today. We have colleagues from Zim and Southern Africa in general, and others from around the world. We are still waiting for the Honorable Minister of Health to join us shortly. So as we wait for that, can we please be upstanding? Okay, no. I'll give you a proper signal.
It's really how people are excited for the the guest of honor. Can we be upset?
Yeah.
Come on. I thought people only get that excited when it's about food.
Yeah. So we are still waiting the arrival of the guest of honor. Immediately she's in, we'll be starting our program, and we'll go straight into welcoming remarks, and then we'll continue with our program as follows, followed by speeches, and then we'll continue with panel discussions, and then later on we'll continue interacting. So remember, the theme this year is closing the tap on new HIV infections through meaningful youth engagement, leadership, and innovation. A very important theme because it speaks directly to the young people.
Yeah. I think you know one thing I've noticed is you asked Titi to give her view of or what she makes of the theme itself, but you did not ask me, Jeremiah. So I think I would personally like to add my voice to what I think the theme is all about and what it means to me. It actually speaks to how in all of these spaces that we find ourselves in, we need to get to maximum capacity and just encourage the whole idea.
Can we all be
leadership.
upstanding as the Honorable Minister of Health comes in? Young people in the room, do we know the Igwe Kilo? Do we know the Igwe Kilo? Please, let's give the Honorable Minister of Health, our mother, an Igwe Kilo. Who wants to lead us in the Igwe Kilo? Come to the front, please. Hurry up, come to the front.
Run.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
So let's prep for the Igwe Kilo as the Honorable Minister comes in. Please lead us in how we should do the Igwe Kilo.
Okay, so if I say Igwe Kilo, we all say Igwe. I hope you all get it. That's how. No, you say Igwe Kilo, then you say Igwe. Or maybe you do it differently. Okay, you do it differently. Maybe someone.
No. Where's the resistance coming from? The Honorable Minister of Health, by the way, last year she promised us to host 10 provincial adolescent health industries, and they have happened. We need to give her that, guys. I know. Oh, there's a different way. Come and innovate in front here. Who has the different way? Show us the different way.
Okay. Good morning, guys. Okay, we do it like Igwe Kilo.
We want to practice. Practice makes perfect, so you can lead us into the practice.
Igwe Kilo. Again. Igwe Kilo. Igwe.
another way of doing it. We talked about diversity, how to do things differently and just accommodate each other. And he's coming to give us another way to do it.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So the Igwe Kilo is just the same as he did it, but we are going to say Nakabili. Yeah. So Igwe Kilo. Igwe Nakabili. Igwe.
So if you grew up like me watching Nigerian movies, these are things that we saw every now and then. So you bow to the Igwe. Otherwise, Igwe. Are we together? So we bow in. Are we ready? So as soon as the Honorable Minister of Health comes in, we give her that kilo, then we start our program. Our Igwe master wants to prep us. Please go ahead.
Oh, I just want to add where he ended. Okay. He said, Igwe Kilo. Again. Is it okay? Is it okay? Or only once, Nakabiri? Only once, right? As many times. Okay, let's practice. Okay. Igwe Kilo. Igwe Nakabiri. Are we youth? Are we youth? Should we try again? Okay, we are waiting for one.
All right, why are you guys looking so tired already? Come on, don't be like that. I thought we said we have got energy, we want to really have fun, but then someone saying, Igwe. Hey, and even if the honorable minister sees you doing that, they'll be like, these young people. Hey, let's just increase the vibe, right?
So in the spirit of innovation, I like the innovation in the room because if we are able to just innovate a clap like this. So there's another innovation that has come. Are we together? RAHi? RAHi? So the other innovation is that as the honorable minister enters, we just give her a huge round of applause. And then when she stands there, and then we do the arrangement. Are we together? RAHi? Is that okay? Excellent. So we are still awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Minister of Health. She will be with us shortly. And then immediately after that, we will begin our program. In the meantime, please also take advantage of the PEPFAR Zambia Youth Engagement Survey. Natasha is on hand to give you the QR code so that you can scan it. It's also on the walls just around where you are. So please just fill in that form real quick. So we will be starting our program shortly. Please bear with us. The Honorable Minister of Health is already with us here today. Iga, how are you feeling with the levels of innovation that are in this room? Imagine if we are able to do this to a simple greeting. What more when we get into the meat of the conversation?
I was actually about to get to that. Seeing how people are just developing one simple clap. We always up that Igwe, and this other person takes it another step and says, Nakabi. That shows how we complement each other's efforts. You end here and I come in and add something to it. At the end of the day, we put everything that we are putting into the effort that we are putting into everything and make one big thing. And for me, that illustrates the effort that we have to put in while we are engaging, while we are innovating. This shows that it's team effort, and that is what I am personally looking forward to seeing today and the rest of the days that we are having the Regional Adolescent Health Indaba here in Lusaka, Zambia.
Beautiful, great stuff. Remember, it's all about collaboration, working together to ensure that we achieve that one common goal. The clap, please. Honorable Minister of Health, you are welcome. We have arranged a special something for you, so we hope that you enjoy. And please, let's be upstanding. Thank you.
Okay, youth, with all your strength.
Igwe Kilo Nakabili.
Thank you so much for that. We will straight go ahead into the national anthem. Do we have that ready? After the national anthem, I will call upon Iga Kapambo to say a quick prayer. So the national anthem, please.
Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for your grace and we thank you for your love. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for the beautiful organization of this meeting today. We thank you for the theme which speaks into raising people that are committed to innovating and leading initiatives that help the health of young people in this region. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for every family represented. We thank you for the dignitaries present in this place. And we thank you for all of the finances that have made it possible. We dedicate today's program and the rest of the days in your hands and believe in you. We step out as we let you to step in. We declare, Lord, that you alone shall speak even before anybody else does. Our initiatives, the solutions that we are about to agree on in this regional adolescent health Indaba shall be spearheaded by you alone in the Spirit. We thank you, Heavenly Father, and it is on this point that I say that every saint of the Lord shall join me in saying amen and amen. You may take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our program now. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Health, for joining us. The guest of honor, Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia T. Masebo, MP, His Excellency the Ambassador, Embassy of the United States of America, the country representative, U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief PEPFAR Zambia, the country director, UNAIDS Joint International Program on AIDS, UNAIDS Zambia, the Global Fund CCM Chairperson, the Director General National AIDS Council, the country director SRHR Africa Trust, SAT Zambia, directors from the Ministry of Health present here today, the Provincial Health Director, Lusaka Province, senior officials from cooperating partners and civil society, all senior government officials present, the President, African Youth and Adolescent Network on Population and Development, AFRIAN Zambia, the board chairperson, the Zambian Youth Platform, adolescents and young people, members of the press, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you so much. It is very refreshing to see when leadership really take their time to be involved in youth issues. It gives us hope of an intergenerational dialogue in which we can all benefit because they've walked miles before us and they've been here before us, and we can gain so much in terms of knowledge. So at this point, we would like to welcome His Worship, the Mayor of Chongwe, Mr. Christopher Kabentu, to give us the welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. The guest of honor, Minister of Health, Honorable Suga T. Masevo, MP, NAC Board Chairperson, Acting Director General NAC, Provincial Health Director, Minister of Health, and Minister of Health Directors present, Acting PEPFAR Coordinator, UNAIDS Coordinator, Executive Director, Zambia Youth Platform, Board Chairperson, Zambia Youth Platform, District Health Director, Member of the Press, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to address you during the Regional Adolescents Health Indaba. I'm so glad and hope that you all are well. As a host district, we appreciate your attendance at this year's Regional Indaba and wish you a good morning and pleasant stay in Chongwe District. I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all and a special welcome to those who have traveled from far, from countries within the region and those from other provinces within Zambia. Ladies and gentlemen, guest of honor, the opening ceremony of the Indaba with the all of the present excites us, and we are glad that you could join us today to take part in this important event. To our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Health, Mrs. Sylvia T. Masevo, MP, and her entourage, thank you for taking this time out of your busy schedule to attend this event for young people. This demonstrates the importance that your government attaches to the plight of the young people of Zambia and beyond. To the organizers of the event, the Zambia Youth Platform, we owe you a huge thank you and urge you to continue with the great works that you are doing for the youth of Zambia. To the sponsors of the event, we are grateful for the support rendered to the young people that has enabled them to bring together this huge gathering aimed at discussing issues to do with the young people. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here with one goal in mind, which is to provide a social accountability platform that enables adolescents and young people to provide feedback to the Minister of Health, line ministries, and all stakeholders regarding the provision of services to young people. It is also a platform where young people can be meaningfully engaged to enhance provision of quality adolescent health services. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not doubt that the coming days will be full of insightful conversations, new connections, lots of innovations, and motivation to the young people to forge ahead with the innovative ideas aimed at improving the health of the young people in the region, Zambia inclusive. I wish you fruitful deliberations. And once again, you're welcome to the Regional Adolescents held in Indaba. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Just by his welcome remarks, I do not feel at home, but I am at home because feelings come and go. But I am at home. So at this point in time, I would like to invite the ZYP Executive Director to also give us remarks.
The Honorable Minister of Health, the Mayor of Chongwe, the Acting Paper Coordinator, the representative from UNAIDS Country Director, the directors from Ministry of Health, the board chair, Zambian Youth Platform, senior government officials present here, the Provincial Director of Health, adolescents, ladies and gentlemen, may I simply write on the protocols already recognized. First and foremost, thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for taking time from your busy schedule to come and join us back here again today. We appreciate you were here last year, and we had an amazing time for those that joined us last year. There was a lot that went on last year, and something different came out of the engagement last year. There are a couple of things that happened. One of them was when the minister felt we needed to start from the provinces because it was important for voices like these to be heard at sub-national level and to begin to build up as we converge at national level or at regional level for us to discuss further. And I would like to report, Honorable Minister, that that did happen. We held the 10 provincial adolescent health Indabas in all the provinces, and we had an amazing time. For most young people, as we discussed through this process, the mention by the minister standing here delivering her speech, it felt like it was maybe one of those political pronouncements that we'll hear over and it might never happen. But she did deliver, proving that she is committed to the cause and she's indeed a mother. So we appreciate, once again, a big hand. This year's event has continued under the same theme of closing the tap of new HIV infection through meaningful youth engagement, innovation, and leadership. The reason is simple. It's because the need to continue pushing the prevention agenda still remains the same and even high among the priorities. We still continue to see a high number of people getting newly infected. Recent data is showing us that young people are still leading in that respect of new infections. Over 38% of young people between the ages of 15 to 25, 38% of all new HIV infections are within that age range. And 0 to 14 is accounting for another 12%. We're already taking over 50%. So I think the need to push the prevention agenda remains high. And this event also comes to prove to not only the government, to all the stakeholders in the room, and those that may not have made it to sit here today, that young people are willing, available, and ready to push this agenda with you. For us, as Zambian Youth Platform, we remain committed to continue pushing for the agenda that places young people at the center of the HIV response, because we know and we still remain convinced that when young people are part of solutions, they can indeed push the agenda better. And we are convinced that it's much easier for young people to implement solutions that they actually design. It's cheaper for them to implement them, as they don't need a mentor to hold their hands and help them implement their own solutions. And it can indeed outlive any form of external funding mechanism, because young people live in the communities, and as long as they remain committed to responding to these issues, we will be able to achieve quite a lot. So I appreciate all the partners that continue to recognize the need to partner with us as we push this agenda. That is a huge thank you to all the partners that continue to make this possible. Of course, as Zambian Youth Platform standing alone, we wouldn't be able to put this together. we can be able to innovate, we can be able to think about different things that young people we can do together. But putting everything together, resources and all that, it's all to the partners that bring it together. So we're greatly appreciative for that. This year's event, as I mentioned earlier, has also brought in a few other differences or innovations. One of the major challenges that has been talked about in this country the past couple of years has been the issue of access to health services, youth-friendly or adolescent-friendly health services for young people. So over the past couple of months, we did issue a call for nominations to have healthcare workers nominated, those that are really adolescent-friendly across the country. We had quite a number that were nominated from across the country. A few days ago, the team managed to shortlist only 5 finalists, and there was final voting that was done. So from that voting today, with the help of the Honorable Minister, we will be awarding some of the outstanding healthcare workers here. Of course, recognizing everybody who was nominated, they were definitely nominated for a reason. So I appreciate the young people that participated in that process. That is one of the key things that is coming out of this event today. Let me not say too much. As I mentioned earlier, we had provincial events that happened across the country. So we'll take this moment to invite my team and young people that have been identified to present the submissions before the minister and everybody here, including the key stakeholders also sitting in front and around the room to hear what the provinces were saying. Please note that this is a summary, but a detailed report will be submitted to the other partners at country level, noting that these have already been submitted quite in a number of structures within the provincial level. So, Andrew?
The guest of honor, Honorable Minister, I'd like to recognize your presence and indeed allow me to ride on the protocols that have been established. And just now, allow me to turn your attention to the screen where we are beaming a brief overview of the provincial adolescent health Indabas that have been held the past 2 months, starting from April and being concluded just a couple of weeks ago. So to do this, I'll be joined by 3 friends of mine. One is from Western Province, Enoch Kalimbwe. Where are you? I also have Charity from Southern Province. Please come to the front. And Jennifer from Central Province. So as has been alluded to, Honorable Minister, we did undertake the provincial adolescent health Indaba, and we could not have done it on our own. Would like to mention from the outset that the provincial technical working groups did come to the party, and we were able to bring all these stakeholders and your partners at sub-national level, and were actively engaged from the planning to the execution of the whole process. And we did make sure that young people, especially those from the rural parts of the country, were in attendance. So allow me now to ask, is it you, Charity, taking us through the participation up to the imagination?
So we'll start with our main objectives. The main objectives are to strengthen and amplify the voices, technical capacity of adolescents and young people to meaningfully engage in HIV and sexually reproductive health policies and programs that affect their health and rights. The second objective is to build a supportive and consultative HIV and sexually reproductive health and rights advocacy process that reaches and includes more adolescents and young people at community level. To identify challenges faced by adolescents and young people in accessing comprehensive health services. So the process starts with the discussion of current data and statistics, expert panel analysis, focused group discussions, feedback sessions, art and entertainment, usually comprised of poetry, music, and drama. The emerging issues we have are HIV and AIDS and sexually transmitted infections. These are emerging issues. Poverty, teenage pregnancies, child marriages, climate change, mental health, and substance abuse.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, and good morning to the Honorable Minister. With regards to the implementation of the commitment that you made, Minister, to the Zambian people and also the region at hand, there are a number of challenges that came out of these provincial health indabas that were held by these implementing partners that you engaged to conduct the event, and among them is the Zambian Youth Platform. And from the discussions that we have had from the provincial health indabas, these are key challenges that the adolescent and the young people were able to bring out. And one among them is the inconsistent supply of commodities in facilities such as condoms and other essential commodities that can excel in terms of prevention to the young people. The second point is also the causes of the early marriages. Why do parents engage their children or indeed offer their children into marriages? And one of these major challenges was discovered that young people were able to discuss the issues to do with poverty causes families to marry off their children at an early stage. And also, child marriage exposes girls to early sexual activities that put them at risk of sexually transmitted infections. And also going on, there are 10 points that were raised, and the young people engage in sexual activities as a source of income, even for for simple commodities like fish, as a cash in point from, as the case in point from the Luangwa district. Lack of disability inclusion at points of service delivery, including excessive stigma from the healthcare workers and the fellow young people. It was discovered that the people living with disabilities, even as they visit these health facilities to access services, they were highly and extremely discriminated as well as stigmatized by both health workers and also the member of the communities. Lack of support on sexual reproductive health and rights from the church and traditional leadership alike. As we might be aware, discussions of this nature, mostly churches do not welcome these discussions, or indeed they have taken the message from the wrong perspective of it, such that they don't allow or indeed promote the messages to deal with sexual reproductive health. And also lack of support, rather parents not talking to adolescent and young people about HIV and the RAHi. Lack of confidentiality among health workers, inadequate information on PEP and PrEP, presence of more bars than recreation facilities is also another source of concern that came out of the recommendations that the young people were able to make. At this point in time, allow me also to welcome in Charity from Southern Province, who is going to share with you the recommendations that came out of the provincial adolescent health in Indaba. Charity, over to you.
So I'll be taking you the recommendations. So on the recommendations, there's improvement of supply chains to avoid loss of sexual health prevention tools. We also have creation of more adolescent and youth-friendly spaces to avoid SHR services repair education receiving consistent technical support and resources. Then we also want strict enforcement of the law to control early marriages. Because in most rural places where it's usually customary marriages, people are married off as early as 12 years old, and I feel like it's really unfair because this is a grown child who's supposed to be concerned about things like education and not creating a family. We also have community sensitization and awareness of HIV and STIs, including using sports activities to spread information, including drug abuse and mental health. Also, uses of multisectoral approach in closing and licensed bars, those operating should comply to law enforcement. And orientation or train more staff and essential AD focal point persons in dealing with mental health issues. Um, at most health facilities, we don't have many peer educators who are concerned about the adolescent health. So there's that challenge. Like, not many people have access to adolescent health problem solutions at the hospital. And establish child protection services to counter sexual labor, SGBV, and sexual harassment. Mainly, 7 in 10 girls have actually experienced sexual harassment or rape, and usually it's from people that are closest to them. So almost always, people know who their rapist is, and they should. We want an implementation where everybody is protected, and people shouldn't be afraid to speak out in cases of rape and sexual harassment. Harmonize statutory law and customary law to speak the same language on marriage and consent. I feel like both laws should pass the bill that females are not to be married off before 20 years because in customary law, people can actually marry as long as they've got consent from parents, regardless of their age. Authorization of the existing social accountability mechanisms for better tracking of expenditure and implementation of adolescent health is the last one on the recommendations.
So, Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, you heard for yourself the message from young people across the country. And so, before I take time to probably make special mention of the key stakeholders, allow me to ask Jennifer once again to just speak about the participation.
So we have a variety of people from all walks of life that are in participation of this platform. So we have young people with disabilities, hearing and speech impairment, young people who work in facilities, in and out of school, adolescents, school leavers, as well as youth leaders, government departments, civil society organizations, and lastly but not least, cooperating and implementing partners.
So, yes, like I mentioned, among the partners that made these events possible, Honorable Minister, was your ministry, the National HIV/AIDS STI/TB Council, or NAC, Centers for Disease Control, Restless Development, ActionAid, World Vision, USAID, CHEP, just to mention but a few. Here ends our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, representatives from the various provinces that have been represented. For now, I would like us to just forge ahead with what we have coming up. And right about now, allow me to invite the ZYP board chairperson to give their remarks.
Thank you very much. The guest of honor, Minister of Health, Honorable Sylvia Masewa, MP. His Worship, the Mayor of Chongwe, the Provincial Health Director, the energy in the room is not youthish. It is like it's old people. I don't understand. Young people, make some noise. Come on, young people, make some noise. All right, give me a Z. Give me a Y. Give me a P. What do you have? What do you have? Thank you very much. Greetings in the blessed name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. On behalf of the Zambian Youth Platform, the largest youth network in the nation and soon to be largest youth network in the region, I welcome every one of you to the 3rd Regional Adolescent Health Indaba. We are honored to host this event with the support from amazing and instrumental partners. On top of the list is government through the Ministry of Health and cooperating partners such as PEPFAR, UNAIDS, NAC, AFRIAN Zambia, SAT Zambia, CHAS, HIVOS, SIDAS, GIZ, all youth-led organizations, to mention just a few. Guests of honor, we are also honored that young people from different parts of the country and the region are here today to discuss the important issue of closing the tap on new HIV infections through meaningful youth engagement, leadership, and innovation. It is notable that young people in Zambia and the SADC region at large face unique challenges in accessing health services. For example, HIV/AIDS prevention, sexual and reproductive health and rights, gender-responsive services, and indeed, all communicable and non-communicable diseases. We believe that this Indaba is a critical opportunity for different stakeholders, especially adolescents, to share experiences and work towards finding sustainable solutions to these challenges. Guests of honor, the program title says 3rd Regional Adolescent Health Indaba. Through your leadership and your love for young people, your care for young people in the remotest and rural parts of the country, we were able this year, in the lead up to this great event, to have provincial Indabas. You just saw the young people that were submitting to you what came out of these 10 provincial Indabas. All the 10 provinces of Zambia had their fair share of time and platform to share experiences and innovative solutions to many challenges young people face. Guests of honor, last year, you promised to champion and support the provincial meetings, and today we can gladly look back and say you kept the promise. We've had them, and we are grateful. Guests of honor, one of the critical challenges that young people face is the limited access to comprehensive sexual reproductive health and rights information and services. We urge government and stakeholders to invest in providing age-appropriate, culturally sensitive, and accurate information and services to young people. This includes providing education on HIV/AIDS prevention, contraception, and gender-based violence. We also need more youth-friendly health facilities that are easily accessible and affordable for young people. Another issue, guest of honor, that young people face is stigma and discrimination. Young people who seek sexual reproductive health and rights services or information are often met with judgment and prejudice from healthcare providers, peers, and even family members. This needs to change. We call on the government and stakeholders to actively work towards reducing stigma and discrimination towards young people, particularly those that are most vulnerable. Guests of honor, the other elephant in the room has been the persistent, limited lack actually of meaningful youth engagement in policy and program design. Young people are often left out of decision-making processes and their perspectives are not taken into account. This results in programs that are ineffective, inefficient, and do not address their real needs. We call on government and stakeholders to prioritize meaningful youth engagement in all processes related to SRHR, including policy development, program design, implementation, and evaluation on all levels, guest of honor. We believe that meaningful youth engagement means involving young people as partners, not just as beneficiaries. They need to be actively engaged in the decision-making process, not just being consulted. This means having a seat at the table and being empowered to make decisions that affect their lives. They also need to be provided with necessary resources and support to carry out their responsibilities effectively. In conclusion, guest of honor, we want to emphasize the importance of this Indaba and the theme. Guest of honor, we are committed to the adolescent health agenda as espoused in the National Adolescent Health Strategic Plan and Health Policy. We implore and beseech the government and cooperating partners to create an amicable environment that shall not stifle young people's zeal and commitment going forward. We believe that working together, we can create a healthier, empowered, and thriving generation of young people in Zambia. With those remarks, may I say, God bless Zambia, God bless you, guest of honor, and God bless the young people in this place. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Board Chair. As a young person from Zimbabwe, I can safely say that I've been inspired by the Zambian leadership because their commitment to youth engagement and participation is showing in the results of why we are here all together from different countries. And thank you so much for providing us a platform where we can share and learn new ideas. As a young person from Zimbabwe, I can safely say your leadership is definitely set a path that needs to be followed by all our African leaders. We are so grateful and we just want to extend our graduation as youth from all over Africa. And as we are moving forward with the program, just as I've said, Zambian leadership keeps on inspiring us. We've also been joined by His Worship, the Mayor of Mwanza, Njiko Musuku. You are welcome to this event and we value your presence here. And as young people, as we are closing the chapter to new HIV infections, we just recognize that as our leaders has given us the platforms, let's now just stand and make sure that we do this, and then we make sure that voices are also ahead, because we are moving a trajectory whereby as young people we're just seen as the end service user, but we also have much to do in terms of service provision. So at this point in time, as we keep on with the program, we are also going to invite the Acting Director General for National AIDS Council. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Health, guest of honor, good morning, and allow me to first write on the protocols for it to observe. I won't say much, Honorable Minister, because really what I was supposed to say, you are going to cover it as the leader of the health sector. I needed to mention that the young people who are here, you are the voices that drive us. And your voices are needed. Your voices are the ones which are meant to spare us to put in interventions as the National AIDS Council with the larger multi-sectoral response in addressing your needs. I needed to also just highlight the triple threat or the three factors that are going to affect our response to HIV, especially in the age group which we are dealing with. When we say we have 28,000 new infections happening every year, and 50% of those are in the young people, those less than 30. And when you look at that, 40% again are in the age group of 15 to 24. And again, when you look at that, you see that the adolescent girls and young women are the ones who are largely affected, with them contributing 80% of those new infections among the young people. It's a worrying factor. And because it's a worrying factor, it calls for us to hear from you on what you need us to do for us to make the services friendlier, and also services which are able to curb the HIV infections, but also the STIs as well. Another threat that we need to look at, as those of us who are in positions where we can influence implementation of activities and also we can influence policy, is centered around pregnancies. When we have 1 in 3 pregnancies happening in girls who are below the age of 18, it shows that we are not doing things correctly. And again, another factor that we need to look at is what you already addressed, the issues of early marriages. They do contribute, and all of them are quite linked to HIV, quite linked to sexually transmitted infections, and quite linked to the broader aspect of adolescent health. The third factor, which we also need to be aware of and we need to address, are issues to do with sexual violence. 1 in 5 of the people, the girls under the age of 18, have already experienced sexual violence. It means we need to design programs that are able to speak to us to address those barriers. And as the National AIDS Council, we promise that we are going to do what is feasible and what is needed to happen for us to reduce all the barriers associated with all these factors that perpetuate and that lead to high HIV infections, high STI infections. Honorable Minister, I was looking at the data just 2 days ago on the number of HIV infections and also linked to sexually transmitted infections just in our UTH clinic. We find that majority of our sexually transmitted infections are happening in the age group below 24 years. And almost 90% of those are among the young women. And we also found a lot of those sexually transmitted infections are those infections which also do promote HIV acquisition. So in conclusion, I would say that as the National AIDS Council, we want to hear from you on what would work for you to prevent the sexually transmitted infections, to prevent HIV, and those things which you're going to recommend, we believe are going to help us address the major health threats that this population faces. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for the Acting Director General of the National AIDS Council. Come on, young people, we can do better than that. Thank you so much for those remarks. RAHi? 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 Now, the funny thing about the word kuchalo is a symbolic word that we as young people use, which means to the world. So when we say RAHi or any other thing that we say, we simply just mean that thing and kuchalo. So I think you've heard of slogans like Zambia, kuchalo, and now here is RAHi, kuchalo. We might even as well say Honorable Minister of Health, kuchalo, Director General Nat Kuchalo. So that just means to the world. So at this particular point, I will call upon the UNAIDS representative of the country director, Caroline, to give her remarks as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just wowed by the kind of talent that I'm seeing, the energy that I'm seeing, and it's encouraging. And comforting that really we have a mass of young people that have the potential to take up roles. That's the sense that I get. Honorable Minister for Health, Ms. Sylvia Masebo, MP, Your Worship, the Mayor of Chongwe, Mr. Christopher Habenzu, NAC Board Chair, Mr. Zonadi Ngwenya, DG NAC, Professor Lloyd Mulenga, Lusaka Provincial Health Director, Dr. Tambatamba, Acting PEPFAR Country Coordinator, Ms. Emily Barrows, CCM Chair, he's not here, but ably represented by the CCM Administrator, Mr. Christopher Chikatula, ZYP Board Chair, Oscar Nyaiwa, all protocols observed, and of course, young people yourselves. It is my honor and pleasure on behalf of the UNAIDS Country Director, Dr. Tassis Parihuta, and indeed the UN family here in Zambia. And I must add my own honor as a mother, because I am a mother of a 16-year-old boy and a 21-year-old girl, the age bracket for which we are gathered here for this Indaba. To stand here in front of you and make remarks. I acknowledge the hard work, and it's evident, of the Zambia Youth Platform and partners in making today a success. I also take the opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all participants. We know that you have come from far and wide. There's a young, powerful lady from Zimbabwe who have joined us here. It is inspiring to see as many young people, champions and advocates and change makers. And it is exciting actually to see. Many times I'm in meetings and majority of the people in the meetings are people like myself. So it is good to see a critical mass of young people in this meeting. And like we've had them call, and like we've heard from the Director General, let's see more and more young people, not only in advocacy gatherings like this, but in meetings where decisions are being made to ensure that programs are designed in a manner that services reach majority of young people. The theme of this year's Indaba, Closing the Tap of New HIV Infections Through Meaningful Youth Engagement, Innovation and Leadership, we know resonates with what the global, the regional, and the country pressing issue is, that we need to end what is in the way of ending AIDS by 2030. We've seen the evidence, we've had the young people say it, that there are deepening inequalities across our region that drive the Eastern and Southern Africa to being the most heavily affected with HIV. More than half of the people living with HIV in the world are actually living in Africa, women and girls being disproportionately affected, accounting for 63% of the region's new HIV infections. And some of those inequalities, again, we have seen from the provincial reports, harmful social norms and practices, including child marriages, social and community power imbalances, sexual and gender-based violence, as well as inadequate access to education and comprehensive sexuality education are some of those issues that we need to address. Here in Zambia, again, we saw the data in 2021, and Prof, you've spoken to that. 38% of new infections were amongst the 15 to 24-year-olds in 2021, and females being mostly affected, 78%, translating into 11,000 of those 38,000 new infections were actually amongst young women 15 to 24 years. But what does it really mean when we say have young people to have meaningful engagement, innovation, and leadership? That is the question that I would want to pose to you. What does it mean when we say we need to close the tap and through meaningful youth engagement, innovation, and leadership? Young people are key in the fight to ending HIV and AIDS. Young people have tremendous energy. We have seen here enthusiasm and optimism that needs to be directed towards ensuring targeted interventions for young people and key populations. It is critical that we involve and allow full participation of young people in the design and implementation of youth-focused programs in Zambia and indeed in the region. And we do have an opportunity, Honorable Minister, through the Education Plus initiative. It was launched here in Zambia, hosted by His Excellency the President, Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, and the opportunities for us to have a coordinated and synergistic approach, because there are programs that are running. Are they happening in a manner that is coordinated and synergistic? So that the package of services that we're saying is what needs to be delivered to the young people to ensure that new infections are reduced actually reach every young Zambian person at scale. Steered by the Ministry of Education and supported by the Ministry of Health, the initiative aims to use secondary education and sexual reproductive health programming to provide a multi-sectoral package to empower adolescent girls and young women and reduce their risk to HIV infection. And the package is nothing new. It's what you have said. It's 5 things. It is completion of quality secondary education. So every young person to ensure that they get the education that they need. To ensure universal access to comprehensive sexuality education, also known as life skills health education. Fulfillment, that is the third component, fulfillment of sexual and reproductive health, including family planning, HIV prevention, testing, treatment, and care. Ensuring that there's freedom from gender-based violence and sexual violence amongst our young people. And last, the fifth component is to ensure school-to-work transitions, economic security, and empowerment for our young people. I'd like to call upon us, led by the Ministries of Education and Health, to utilize Education Plus to revitalize the multi-sectoral response so that young people are included and can make informed decisions regarding their health, their bodies, their relationships, and their future. In closing, I would also like to take this opportunity to call for increased resources for prevention of new HIV infections, including through programs by youth-led organizations. Youth should not be engaged not only in messaging and advocacy, like we've heard, I think the lady from Zambia say, there is capacity for young people to be on the table to design programs and to deliver services to themselves. The UN remains fully committed to working with and for the young people by ensuring that we include your voices, listen to your ideas, fight for your rights, and invest in services, ideas, and programs that benefit you all. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I like the commitment part because it shows that every now and then we're going to be having regional adolescent health Indabas, and such amazing things are going to be happening. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to pass a small announcement. I should believe that everybody that is in here knows that you are attending by registration. So if you're not registered, please do step outside and take the chance to register yourself. How many of you are still excited about what we're doing? RAHi? RAHi? You can do better than that. RAHi? All right, amazing. We continue with what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen. And right about now, it is my honor and privilege to be inviting the acting PEPFAR country coordinator, Ms. Emily Barrows. Thank you.
Good morning to the Honorable Minister of Health, Madam Sylvia T. Masebo, MP, His Worship the Mayor of Chongwe District, and my Mayor, Mr. Christopher Habenzu, the District Commissioner of Chongwe, Dr. Ekia. May I please write on all protocols observed? Thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here at my second, yes, this is my second Regional Adolescent Health Indaba. And I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the United States government through the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, which is better known to many of you as PEPFAR. My name is Emily Burrows, and I'm the acting PEPFAR country coordinator for Zambia. For those who don't know, PEPFAR is a global U.S. government program aimed at fighting the global HIV and AIDS pandemic. And it is the largest effort by any nation to combat a single disease. To date, the U.S. government, through PEPFAR, has committed over $6.7 billion to Zambia's HIV response. In partnership with the Zambian government, PEPFAR Zambia endeavors to work closely with the Global Fund, UNAIDS, and indeed the entire UN family, and civil society to make sure all Zambians, regardless of age, sex, or gender, have access to HIV and sexual and reproductive health services across the country. This year is really important to us because it marks the 20th anniversary for PEPFAR. And over those 20 years, the number of new infections in Zambia has dropped significantly. However, as many of you know and will attest to in this room, in Zambia and other countries in the region, the majority of new infections, as we've heard from others on the table this morning, occurs among a growing population of adolescents and young people between the ages of 15 and 24 years. Why is that? And how can we, meaning all of us in this room and beyond, turn off the tap of new infections? Over the next 2 years, PEPFAR will aggressively focus on supporting policies and programs that are responsive to the needs and preferences of adolescents and young people, while also focusing on closing gaps for children and key populations. It's important to recognize the really strong intersections between these three different groups: children, adolescents and young people, and key populations. Young people are really complex people, and like Caroline with her 2 teenagers, I also have 2 teenagers, and I will tell you they are complex people. A young man may identify as a sex worker, or an adolescent girl may be pregnant. A young woman may have a newborn baby, I hear one in the room, and an adolescent boy may be injecting drugs. These are the realities. And PEPFAR Zambia commits to working with young people to deliver programs that are tailored to their diversity and complexity. And we can't do it alone. To ensure new HIV infections continue to decline and HIV-infected individuals live long and healthy lives, we must acknowledge and draw upon the creativity, passion, and the diversity of youth to reach, educate, and treat young people in Zambia. As it stands today, and this may be surprising to some of you, only 73% of adolescents and young people know that they are HIV positive. And this is unacceptable. For too many adolescents and young people, we realize that the age of consent, which sits at 16 years of age, will continue to keep young people from knowing their HIV status and consequently limit their access to effective prevention tools. It is absolutely essential to change our language from the age of consent to the age of access, to signal young people's rights to sexual and reproductive health services. PEPFAR Zambia will stand by and support young people as you use your powerful voices to advocate for greater access to these essential services. And tomorrow you'll hear from a group of young women who recently participated in PEPFAR's strategic planning process. They'll share with you how they are using their voices to push for changes around the age of access and what it means to engage in a meaningful way youth and in HIV and sexual and reproductive health programs. Without stealing these young women's thunder, I just want to share with you a few of the ways in which PEPFAR Zambia has included their ideas, which I think are pretty representative of your ideas, because I heard many of them last year at the RAHi, into our programs over the next 2 years. So here's a few things we're going to do. PEPFAR Zambia will begin exploring opportunities to work with local drug manufacturers to expand the availability of low-cost HIV self-test kits. We want to see test kits available not only in health facilities, but also places like pharmacies, universities, grocery stores, and other places where young people can easily access them when they need them. PEPFAR Zambia will continue to partner with the Ministry of Health to expand availability of testing, prevention, and treatment services in community-based safe spaces. This includes dream centers, community posts, and wellness centers, which are staffed by healthcare workers who are equipped in offering personalized and stigma-free care. In these spaces, young people can access condoms, PrEP, family planning services, but also initiate themselves on treatment and receive support to stay on treatment. Here, they can also be assured of friendly faces, people who understand and respect their needs, preferences, and rights. PEPFAR Zambia will respond to the growing demand for PrEP among youth with a planned 48% increase in the number of young people starting PrEP over the next 2 years. And this is complemented by an impressive investment in PrEP by the Global Fund as well. This is really exciting. I'm also thrilled to announce or share that Zambia is one of only 5 countries, PEPFAR countries around the world, who will introduce an injectable long-acting form of PrEP called CAB-LA over the next year. PEPFAR Zambia will provide access to CAB-LA among young people in 5 districts, prioritizing those who engage in high-risk sexual and other behaviors. These are only some of the ways that PEPFAR Zambia has integrated young people's needs into our programs. And I encourage you to reach out to members of our team who are present at this Indaba to communicate how we can do better, because we all can do better. This event offers an important chance to share your concerns, exchange ideas, and propose solutions to the challenges that all of you are facing. Over the next few days, please visit our team at the PEPFAR booth to speak with them and engage with other young people who have supported PEPFAR's programs. We'd like to invite you to tell us a little bit about yourselves and your role in your community as we work together to end HIV as a public health threat by 2030. We want to hear from all of you. How can we break down remaining barriers to equitable, inclusive services that will reach all young people? What strategies work for educating young people about HIV and sexual and reproductive health issues? These are just some of the questions we want to address during the sessions over the next few days, and we encourage everyone to participate in an open and honest conversation that will help inform how PEPFAR and many other partners can continue to adapt to better meet the health needs of youth in Zambia. In closing, I want to thank you for your tireless commitment as you work to improve the country of Zambia and the greater Southern African region for all people. Your voices are powerful, they are unique, and they are valued. And only with your help can we turn the tide against new HIV infections. Thank you so much, everyone, and have fun this week. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Just drawing from what she's been saying to say that PEPFAR is committed to actually making sure that as young people, we've got our voices heard. And just listening from the conversations that have been had, I just realized how much we are similar in terms of the problems that young people face across the region. Things like edge of access to services, as well as social norms which continue to hinder young people's access to sexual reproductive health services. But we acknowledge the efforts that have been made so far in actually achieving and attaining the 95 targets. And we believe that with young people at the center of this, we are on track as a region to ensure that we are in line with our 95 targets. And also maybe we can even surpass them as we are going towards our 2030 goal of ending HIV and AIDS by 2030. So for now, I'm sure we would like to have a bit of entertainment. So I'll be, because we know edutainment is also one of the ways that we as young people, we prefer to have our knowledge disseminated to us. So at this point, we are going to invite from Zambian Young Platform, a poem from one of the young people. Thank you.
Green, the dark and fathom curves of ocean, bear many a flower, is born to blush and sing, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. This poem was never meant to be read, for I have scribbled and trashed over a dozen. For how could I make you special people listen? Listen and listen as children of the sun, so you could shine and rise and stay among the stars. But guess what? You are here in this platform, a Zambian youth kind. Here, your space has space in the right place. What's more, your voice matters for starters. Guys, 30 tufule kuichindika. Ichalo bali wamia. If you cannot wrap your wanga before you bang her, grab some PrEP from your nearest friend or clinic. I repeat, if you can't wrap your wanga before you bang her, grab some PrEP from the nearest facility. Oh, kaperan kambe muchinyanja. Ngati sunga vale condom. Pempako ka PrEP pachpatala. Let me try Lozi. Ayavanji au kon kutina kondom ye. Fita kwa spatela bakfe prep. Well, I could go on and speak French, Portuguese, Spanish, whatever, but I'm tongue-tied. I'll leave it to Chiweme. Chiweme, talk to them.
HIV and AIDS. These are acronyms to a painful truth. The reality has us at a stop sign. Payment has to be made for every action we take, a battle system we have created. Reality has us at a chokehold. HIV and AIDS. Age. High enough to break us down, see us on our knees and beg. We youth are at the very start. I. Indigenous to our thoughts, we see nothing of it until it kills our own. B. Viral infection. Bloodstream, the very lineage of it. A. Accrual. It's a balance on my life. I. Ignorance hit me hard. See, it's not just a thought. My actions say, oh, I strip off my clothes with no sense of what is going on. I mean, he looks negative, doesn't he? Or she. D. Death. Depression. We have seen it all. Life slipping from our very life source. S. Sex. The very bondage that leaves us craving for more waste and actually make it raw. Rabba, why? I mean, do we eat lollipops with their covers or shawarmas with their wrappers? See, we have a dream, and the dream turned into action can be reality. To change the very essence of everything is not madness, but to stand still and watch the sails rise is complete sadness. So how about we change the narrative a little bit? H, H, hope for a better tomorrow. Shoot our arrows and hit the spot. I, innocence. Victors, for we are not billers of life. A, abstinence, chair, right? Advocate for change. I mean, if not, then rubber is better than raw sex. D, immorality. Immorality is not a birthright. Sugar is not so sweet. D, design. I mean, face card is not declined. We see it all and we have gone through it. So how about we put our empty canvas and paint it here? We can design it and try and rebrand it. S, safe. It's a 4-letter word uttered to make the mind safe. Abstinence, rubber, less ignorance. It's a fight worth fighting for. So how about we hold hands and close the door of new infections by committing and repeating, by committing and defeating. Thank you.
RAHi. RAHi. Now, we weren't joking when we said that there's massive talent in this place. And as you can see it, there's a poem. Na ine ndashitaka ma poems sometimes. Ndashitaka ma poems sometimes. No, we don't have time. While we'll be eating, just approach me. I do a poem for you so to akudia. Okay, all right. Quite exciting. What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen, is history in the making. And allow me to just announce that the following services that I'm about to mention are available outside. And I am strongly encouraging you to, feel free to walk up to the stands So just feel free to walk up to the stands and access these services. Number one, we have HIV counseling and testing available outside in the car park. And we also have TB testing using a gene export machine. And we also have contraceptives, both long and short acting methods available outside. And also we have cervical cancer screening. These are self HPV testing that are available outside. And we also have outpatient services available outside. Now, RAHi, I can't hear you, RAHi. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have been waiting for is here. Allow me to also express my personal appreciation to the Minister of Health for having supported the provincial adolescent health Indabas as I attended and I personally witnessed how beneficial that initiative was to the young people. And so at this moment, it is the climax of this meeting, ladies and gentlemen, as the moment that we have been waiting for is here. The guest of honor, Honorable Sylvia Masebo, is about to address us, and to call upon her, allow me to invite Professor Lloyd Mulenga, Director of NAC, to call upon the guest of honor. Thank you. Put your hands together for him, Professor Lloyd, as he's coming.
Thank you so much. Good morning once more. My role this time is not to give any speech, is to just appreciate the commitment which we see from the leadership for us to be able to have a productive and also healthier adolescent team in the country, and also concerning all the young people. Honorable Minister, we are happy that you gave direction on how we should move towards the adolescent health services. And as a result, we have seen also that commitment which you have shown to us in the ministry and also other partners on how we need to engage with our young people. We are grateful that you are here, and allow me to call upon you to come and address the young people who are here and all of us. Thank you.
Your Worship, the Mayor of Chongwe, the NAC Board Chairperson, the Acting DG for National AIDS Council, the Provincial Health Director for Lusaka Province, and all Ministry of Health Directors who are present today, Acting Country Director for PEMFA, UNAIDS representative, the Executive Director for Zambia Youth Platform, the Board Chairperson for Zambia Youth Platform, representative of the CCM Chair, the District Director of Health for Chongwe District, the District Commissioner for Chongwe, the youths, the adolescents, distinguished invited guests, the media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I'm very excited actually to be here. I'm excited because this is my second time. Last year, again, this hall was filled with youths, and today, again, this hall is filled with youths. Next year, I'm hoping that we can be at the new KK Ulungushi conference so that this number should be doubled. It gives me great pleasure to officiate at the commencement of the third regional adolescent health Indaba. This program has come to be the masterpiece of meaningful adolescents and young people's participation in decision making in Eastern and Southern Africa. I do appreciate the efforts made initially by the Zambia Youth Platform in 2018 in mobilizing adolescents and young people to discuss adolescent health in the nation. We never knew that would be the birth of the regional adolescent health in Indaba. Thanks to you, our young people, our future, and in whom we place the hope for this country and the region. When we say we place our hope in you, consider me, I'm a mother. I have a girl child, a boy child. Whatever I do for the good of that child. And my hopes are in that child. That when I get old, my child will be like me. So you really are our hope for our future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the youth. As I appreciate the efforts of all the young people, let me also appreciate the support we get both financially and technically from the various partners to the youth platform. I thank you, partners, for this great support. Obviously, without partners, we would not be here. I also know that besides HIVA's SRHR Africa Trust, the European Union Commission, PEMFA, UNAIDS, AFRIAN, and CHARLS, we have so many other partners, and I want to thank them all. You all have made strides in bringing young people together in one place to interrogate the adolescent health agenda in the country and beyond. Through shared research findings, expert panel analysis, focused group discussions, feedback sessions, art and entertainment, these endeavors have allowed adolescents and young people to reflect on the past, current, and future state of their health. Through such endeavors, young people freely assert their health priorities on sexual and reproductive health, including HIV and AIDS, STIs, sexual and gender-based violence, non-communicable diseases, alcohol, and drug use. I do commend the Zambian Youth Platform for advocating for continued consideration of adolescents with special needs to enhance inclusive adolescent health programming. I want to tell you that yesterday I was very happy again because yesterday I had an opportunity to be part of two events. The first one was where we are now saying no to tobacco and that we don't need tobacco, we need food. The same day, we also had messages on zero tolerance for alcohol abuse. And our royal highnesses, our traditional leaders, the church, the civil society, were calling on government to be active in implementing the law against alcohol abuse. And I thought I should make these statements at this gathering because I know that abusing alcohol or misuse of alcohol does lead to new infections. There is that evidence. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the youth. Realizing the significant impact made by the past regional adolescent health in Indaba in shaping adolescent health services, as government, we directed that in 2023, similar meetings should be held at provincial level. This was meant to solicit input from adolescents living in other provinces and districts outside Lusaka, especially your sisters and young brothers, those that are in the rural parts of Zambia. It is because we believe that all adolescents, including rural youth, should be part and parcel of the conversation around the adolescent health agenda and Zambia's vision for 2030. I was just asking Professor Lenga. I said, remind me, where are we on the 95, 95, 95 targets? And he reminded me that generally Zambia is doing very well. And I'm sure you know that the first 95 talks about ensuring that at least 95% of people should know their status, whether they are HIV or not. And then the next 95 is basically reminding us that for those who know their status, we need to ensure that, or for those that are infected, we need to ensure that 95% of them must be put on the free ARVs, which are saving lives. And then the last 95 is for ensuring viral suppressed individuals must be at 95. Now, for Zambia, on the last two, we seem to be doing very well. But on the first 95 of getting to know our status, we are at 89%. That is quite low. We need to hit the 95 as quickly as possible. And as Minister of Health, I'm desperate about that. And when I'm told that from 2020, Zambia was at 48,000 new infections, and then the following year, I'm told with 2021, we seemingly went down a bit to 28,000. But even the 28,000 is too high, isn't it? And now I'm being told that the indications for 2022, as they conclude the countings, seems we have even done worse. We are hitting somewhere around 33,000 new infections. And what is also worse about these numbers is that it seems it's you, our children, our lovely children, that are getting infected. You seem to be the victims, obviously for various reasons that you have been articulating and continue to articulate. We need to do something about these numbers. These are huge numbers. Can you imagine yourself? I'm at 60 years now. I can proudly tell you that God blessed me. I'm not HIV positive. And I'll also tell you that it was not an accident. We were lucky that at the time when this stage started, we were at your age. And the government then did a lot of work in sensitizing us. So we got to understand that time the slogan was abstain idiche. You recall that? What was that? There wasn't even a talk about condoms. And we got scared. And as much as possible,
That was our number one weapon. We all just told ourselves at school, me, I'll not sleep with any man or any boy until I get married. That was our slogan at that time. And that is how we are still standing today. For some of our colleagues that felt they were modern girls, they were smart, they used the condom. And that's how we still have many. For others, they were even smarter. They decided to get tested to know their status on time. So that once they knew their status, they quickly ran to the health facility. And we were lucky at the time when President Manawasa was president, the government that time, and the donors that time, there was an agreement of support, and that the ARVs in Zambia, I think we're among the best countries to make ARVs free. So we were like, those who knew their status ran to the hospital quickly and were put on drugs. Even then, there was stigma. But even with the stigma that was there, people were not scared to go because people wanted to live. And that's why today in Zambia, this is one of the few countries where you have over 1.2 million people living with HIV. And many look the way I look, you will not know. They are even healthier than those who are suffering from malaria, asthma, and all those English diseases. Why? Because the young people of that time were smart. They decided to ensure that they went and got themselves on drugs, the ARVs. And that's why today, in terms of viral suppressed, we are at what percentage? Of 96%. It means of that 1.2%, 1.2 million, 96 of those people who have been taking the drug are currently as good as a person who is not HIV. Why am I giving this story? We normally assume that people know this story. The facts of the matter is that information has been poor in this new generation, among the generation. We assume they are more educated, they know all these things. The truth of the matter, people don't know that you can actually prevent yourself from getting HIV by your own actions. And even if you are, you can still live as if you are okay by rushing to the hospital to get yourselves of ARVs. And when you take those ARVs, you will survive. Now, it's not a passport that when you hear that the ARVs can make you live long, therefore let me just be careless and let me get infected. That is not being smart. I think the girls of today should be smarter than us, your parents, because you are now in an age of ICT. So why would you allow yourself? Why would you allow yourself as a young girl to let yourself get infected by some sugar daddy or by a neighbor or whatever? And even if you are abused today, because I know that in this country, like in many countries, a lot of our young people are getting abused by people that they know, and they're scared to talk because sometimes the people are so close and they scare them. I'm a young girl, and I'm a woman. I've been a young girl before, and I can confirm to you that at some point in my neighborhood, there were a number of old men that wanted to sleep with me. At some point in my work, at my place of work, there was some boss who wanted to entice me to sleep with him so that he can promote me. I can confirm that at some point in my classroom in grade something, somebody wanted to cheat me that he can help me write for me so that I pass or do my homework or try to give me a chocolate. These stories are there every day in our homes. I can confirm that at some point, sexual harassment is something that is there every day, it's happening. I think the first time I went to the Ministry of Health, just the first 3 months, I heard somebody come to tell me, oh no, there's this officer who is harassing women here. And you know, this, when I heard that story, I didn't have time even to meet that person. I just wrote the case, can you move him out from this ministry? You transfer him, I don't care where you send him. I detest those stories because I know that a lot of our young people, their future have been destroyed by these people that want to sexually harass young people. I'm making these statements because as a mother, as a um, having been a student before, I know these stories that are there every day. Among the girls, can anyone put up his hand who has never come across any of these abuses that I've talked about? Is there any girl who has never been harassed by a man or forced to be kissed or to be touched or something like that? Is there any woman who can put up her hand and say, I've been lucky, I've never I've never been confronted by such an incident? There will be almost zero, maybe one. Stand up. You are very lucky. May God bless you more. Now you can see that there's only one. So what does that tell us? What does that tell us? That tells us that in fact, girls are at risk. Our children are at risk. So my message this morning to parents, both men and women, please take extra care of your children inside your home, at school, at work, on the streets, in the markets, because they are 24/7 in danger. And that's why we have all these problems. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, realizing the significant impact by the past regional health Indaba, I did talk about the issue of expanding this program to provinces. And I'm happy to see that this has been realized. And of course, thanks to our partners and using this platform in line with the vision of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, and taking note that he has launched the decentralization policy. I want to say that next year, the Ministry of Health will support the youth platform to ensure that these forums go to all the 116 districts of Zambia. Using this platform, I wish to appeal to the partners that have been working on this project, starting with PEMFA, who are here, UNAIDS, and indeed NAC and others, too many to mention, that let's next year support this group of youths to ensure that they go further to the districts in providing a platform for the young people that are in all the 116 districts in the spirit of devolution, decentralization to the districts. I truly believe, as Minister of Health, that the process that you have embarked on, if this was taking place in all the 116 district councils, which houses the thousands of councillors, including their Royal Highnesses, are also members of the council. And we are hoping that in future we can also have members of parliament as members of the council and working with the communities and the NGOs at the grassroots, at the sub-district level. I see in my vision that we can quickly get to 95%, encouraging people, especially the young ones, to know their status. I believe that the reasons why some people may not know their status is not that they do not want to. It is because they do not have sufficient information, which is a tool for a better future for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, next year we want to work with you, board chairman for and the chief executive for the youth forum. We want to work with you. We want you to start the planning now so that next year we see these similar interactive meetings taking place in all the districts through the district councils of Zambia, because the Ministry of Health is one of the sectors that will be decentralizing to the district council in terms of some of our functions. And this issue of adolescent health is one issue that we want to take to that level. And we want this debate to be at that level. We hope that in the year 2025, we can roll it down to the sub-district structures, which are wards. And at that stage, if we can get this discussion at the ward level, I believe we will have the entire population of Zambia, especially the youths, knowing their status. I believe at that stage, by the year 2025, the issue of knowing your status should not be a matter of big concern, because it should be natural, just like we take our malaria tests, where you really don't have to care about stigma, or just like we were getting our vaccination now for COVID, where everybody was proudly getting, vaccinated. That is where we want to get to. And it is really my hope that in the next 2 years, we should not be talking about such huge numbers of new infections. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my ministry recently launched the National Adolescent Health Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026, which clearly outlines strategies. It outlines strategies meant to address challenges which you, the young people, face. And I took note of the statement by the leadership of the youths here, including the board chair. And I want to assure you that most, if not all, what you have articulated was actually articulated in that strategic plan. The good part is that under the Ministry of Health, we now have a fully fledged unit dealing specifically with adolescent health. And during this process, I'm aware that there was massive consultation with the youths of Zambia. And I can safely say that at least 50% of the Zambian youths were consulted. In this strategic plan, the challenges that we took into account included inadequate health facilities, which have adolescent health spaces and gender-based violence one-stop centers. We also had included issues around inadequate programs targeting adolescents with special needs and those with disabilities. Very important if we have to be inclusive. then inadequate service providers and peer educators trained or oriented in adolescent health and sign language. Other challenges would include inadequate privacy and confidentiality at health facilities in the community, inadequate health education materials translated in local languages, poor attitude of healthcare providers towards adolescents that affects service utilization, and delayed formulation of a policy on the age of consent for health services, leaving the decision on the provision of care to the discretion of the health providers. My ministry will endeavor to address these challenges using a multi-sectorial and a multidisciplinary approach with the full participation of the young people. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, going forward, I want to pledge more support towards strengthening adolescent and young people engagement at all levels. Achieving quality adolescent health for all demands that all stakeholders rise to the occasion and fully support adolescent health as a matter of priority. I therefore call upon our traditional leaders, the clergy, political leaders, implementing partners, and civil society organizations to be part of this key body of stakeholders. I call upon all of you to be the drivers of the change that we need. It is my firm belief that the regional adolescent health Indaba shall be utilized to identify opportunities and solutions to all our health challenges. Through adolescents and young people's unique perspectives and ideas on matters that affect them as individuals, we shall find, as a collective, means of addressing adolescent health priorities. And to you, my beloved youths, let us be the voice of the voiceless. Let us be the champions of good health. Let us be the drivers of preventive health services as opposed to curative services. And by the way, this year, 2023, as a ministry, we have put top of our agenda on prevention than curative services. So let us be the actual doers of what we propose to do, and let us be leaders of the new generation, which is health conscious. To the youth, there's so much power in you. As I look around and see the many faces here, I see a movement of powerful young people who want to have their voices heard. Don't forget President HH. That's how he got the name Bali, because he was voted in by the youths. That's how powerful you can be. I see a movement of powerful young people who want to have their ideas listened to. I see a movement of powerful young people who want us to realize that they are a mighty force, ready to act on HIV and on the social issues that are preventing us from making progress around adolescent health. I further see a movement of powerful young people who want the world to accept them as they are and for who they are. I see a movement of powerful young people who want to stay healthy and be disease-free. I see a movement of powerful young people who want to show their talents, their strength, and conviction to lead. I therefore close by saying that be ready to lead, be ready to be the voices of the voiceless, be ready to be the fresh voices making right choices, be ready to love and respect each other for a better, safer, and healthier world for all. I wish you a successful regional adolescent health endeavor and fruitful deliberation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Health. Now, the Honorable Minister of Health is a parliamentarian, so I think it's only right that we give her a parliament kilo. Do we know it? Do we know it? RAHi? RAHi? Parliament kilo. Nakabili. I think we do another one, eh? You know why I'm saying we do another one? Because if you didn't hear that right, the Honorable Minister of Health just promised that the health indabas, the adolescent health indabas, will be coming to your districts now. Parliament kilo. Excellent. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Health. We, as the young people, have heard your wonderful sentiments, and especially that you concluded by encouraging us. I think it's high time as young people we started showcasing our talents with conviction, with hard work, with passion. So we say thank you so much, ma'am, for continuing to guide. And another special thank you for committing to taking the Indabas closer to where the young people are. As the Zambian Youth Platform, we agree that the young people, especially in the rural areas, have been left out in some of these spaces. So taking the Indabas to the community, we thank you for that. And also, allow me to thank you on behalf of all the young people, most especially the adolescent health unit at the Ministry of Health. They have been key in ensuring that as young people, we come to the table. And we are so, so grateful. So to the young people in the audience, remember that there are services that are being provided just outside. Please feel free to access those services. The services are as follows: HIV counseling and testing, TB testing, and then contraceptives, long and short-term acting methods, cervical cancer screening, and then the outpatient services. So please feel free to visit these booths, these stands, so that you are able to access these services. Now, quick one. Titi, how do you feel about what the Honorable Minister of Health has said? I know if it was possible, Honorable Minister of Health would love you to be Minister for all Africa because you are taking the lead. You are showing the rest how it's done. But Titi, what are you taking to Zim from what the Honorable Minister has said?
Okay, thank you so much. So, literally, I'm impressed. So, going back to Zimbabwe, I'm just seeing an honorable minister who is very much committed to youth and young people's participation. Imagine she promised that she was going to do the Indabas in the provinces, and then now she's saying the districts. Imagine everything bringing closer to home, strengthening community systems, sustaining the response that what I see, a leader who sees beyond today but sees in the future. So going back to Zimbabwe, I'm thinking to our parliamentarians, I'm just saying, Zambia has led. We should also follow and do what she's doing because this is amazing. Because imagine there's someone at the district level who has issues, but they cannot be able to input into these processes. And if we have voices at the grassroots level, we ensure that going forward, we have a response that really speaks to the needs of young people, and we meet young people where they are. This is impressive. Honorable Minister, you have set the pace, and we are very much excited about that.
Yeah. Another Parliament kilo for the Honorable Minister. Parliament kilo. I like what you've mentioned so far, and the regional adolescent health Indaba poses as a great opportunity for that cross-regional learning. So we hope that at a different time, the Honorable Minister of Health can also share how they are doing it here in Zambia as a Ministry of Health. Now we can proceed. What's next on our program?
Okay, so next on our program, like in Zimbabwe, we have a saying, we say kusatenda woroi, meaning if you do not give thanks, that's the same as doing witchcraft. So at this point, what we want to do, we want to invite Tandwe Maluma to actually give us a vote of thanks, because what is being done here is brilliant. History is being made, and we should be thankful and grateful for the things that are happening here. Tandwe.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister and everyone on the high table, all protocols observed. Good afternoon, my fellow youth, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bettina. I'm from Southern Province. I completed my education last year. I graduated as a special education teacher, and I've been a board member of ZYP for the past 5 or 6 years or so. So it's my pleasure to be here. I want to give a vote of thanks to the Honorable Minister and to everyone who is on the high table and the stakeholders. So first of all, I want to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of Guest of Honor, the presence of the Mayor of Usongwe, and the other dignitaries that are here, and the PEP country representative. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here on behalf of my fellow youth, and I want to pay, I want to acknowledge, first of all, Honorable Sylvia Masego, who is also a member of parliament, for the support that she has rendered to the regional adolescents health Indaba. We are very much excited because we started this as ZYP in 2018, and we had very few who participated. We had few dignitaries who supported us, but also even very few persons with disabilities. But look at today now, Honorable Minister, you can see that what you promised came to fruition, where we had the provincial Indabas for the youth. That is very good. And we urge you, Honorable, and all the stakeholders to continue the same spirit. And as you can see, we even have more persons with disabilities here and more youth. We hope that we can have even more next. Of course, it's a big challenge to when it comes to access to health in developing countries like Zambia. And your speech, Honorable Minister, gives us hope that things will get better. And we're looking forward to what has been promised for next year's youth engagement. I also want to say special thanks to different experts who are here, who support the work, and also the universities and other stakeholders for your contribution and support to this endeavor. It is we're worried before that we could not, our colleagues who are the youth from other provinces could not join us and hear their experiences and learn. It was difficult for all of them to come to Osaka, but now we've had provincial endeavors. This is a wonderful thing, and those that have come here presenting other provinces, it's a wonderful thing. I would like to thank my the Zambia Youth Platform as well, and all those that have traveled far and wide to come and participate in this endeavor. Thank you so much, and we look forward to learning from you. We know that some of you come from very far, and you traveled very safely. We look forward to learning from you and hearing from you. Thank you so much for supporting this endeavor and for coming. Also, special thanks to my colleagues who are persons with disabilities, and thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you so much for those vote of thanks. So now going forward with our program, we are now going to the awards giving ceremony. So just to give a background, I hear someone screaming over there. You're excited. The award ceremony are being given to those that really go a long way in ensuring that is young people. We've got youth-friendly service provision within our health facilities. That is to say, our spaces, we have confidentiality, there's privacy, we have a safe space. These are unsung heroes within our communities, which we need to acknowledge at this point. So just giving a brief background of how we came out to be here. There were 66 nominated from various health facilities, and of those 66 nominated, the 5 were shortlisted, and the total number of young people who voted were 14,200 young people who voted into this process. But I believe that Zambia, your ministry is ready, your minister is ready. going forward, we want to see more young people also inputting and going forward in this process so that the voices can be heard and that we ensure that youth-friendly service provision is a reality to all the young people in Zambia. For now, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister. Could you please come forward so that we can also give the awards to those who have been chosen by the young people? Okay, thank you so much. So I would like to call Budani Sinyumba with 800 votes. Budani. Next. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Budani Zumban with 800 votes. Okay. So for the gift, you get airtime and data bundles for 3 months. And also as a courtesy of the ministry and also of our very lovely minister, is also going to get 2,000 kwacha.
He's whispering to me that he's also a volunteer, so you can be sure that you'll get a job this year. So the director is here. You'll register your name in advance.
Wow. Today I'll be saying wow, wow, wow until I don't know. Okay, thank you so much. So next up we've got Kenny Kaluba with 1,800 votes. Kenny? Okay, so for this award, Kenny will also get airtime and data bundles for 3 months, as well as 2,000 kwacha, courtesy of our minister. Okay, thank you so much, Kenny. On number 3 is Saraka Lima with 3,700 votes. Okay, and Sarah is also going to get airtime, data bundles, as well as 2,000 kwacha. Thank you so much, Sarah. On number 2 is Songiso with 4,200 votes. Okay, so as his gift, he's getting airtime and data bundles for 3 months. He's also getting a tablet and also 2,000 kwacha. Tablet courtesy of ZYP. Congratulations, Songiso. So, number 1, the big one. Okay, so we've got Ingelengwe Musonda with 4,300 votes. Guys, just wait to be wowed about the prize. So for the prize, there is data and airtime for 3 months. There's a tablet courtesy of ZY. There is also a weekend for 2 in Livingston. Wait, I'm not done. Today you wow until you've been wowed. There is also a boat cruise for 2, courtesy of Mukuni Big 5. And the big one, there is a lion walk. All these is part of the package. And the 2,000 kwacha. Okay, so these are the people who have gotten awards, but also would also like to give an opportunity to the minister to also thank, because we know that although these are the few that have been selected, there are so many health workers out there who are making an effort in ensuring that
Thank you and congratulations to the 5. You are all winners. And even those who participated in the voting, that was itself, you made it happen. So thank you very much. And we hope that next year we can get more people to win. And we hope that the organizers can make sure that they go around us to make sure that they get more gifts and awards and all the best goodies from various business houses and both public and private. But just to say thank you, first of all, to the organizers of this event, and also to thank those who have traveled from other parts of the world within Africa to be with us here today. This is very encouraging, and we are one Africa, we are one country. And what happens in Zambia, all the good things that are happening here should also be happening there. And this interaction is important because you also learn best practices from other countries and obviously from the region in particular. But let me also thank the sponsors, the partners. I think that I'll be failing in my duty as a servant of the public if I do not really, on behalf of the government and His Excellency himself, say thank you for the support that you've given. I mean, PEPFAR is one of our biggest supporters in the health sector. Generally, the people of America and the government of the US have really been very supportive. And of course, there are many others also that have supported us. But in the fight against HIV, I want to single them as one of our biggest supporters. So thank you very, very much. And thank you to all the other organizations and partners that have made this event, be what it is. And I want to pledge on behalf of government that government will continue to do its work to ensure that we make this issue of HIV a dead story. Just as we worked together with you when it came to the fight against COVID, I think in working together, I see that there is strength. And I'm very sure myself that the targets, the 95, 95, 95, will be met before the deadline. And so, to the young ones, my children, and some of you as good as my grandchildren, I say thank you. And please take these messages very seriously. We need you. This country, the majority of the population is you, our children. And if you, our children, can remain healthy, then we know we have a country. But if you, our children, are going to allow yourselves to get infected, then we're in trouble. Then who will look after us? So please, I want to beg you as a mother, not as a minister, but as your parent, take care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Be smart, especially the girl child. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much, guest of honor. I will ask that you take your seat. So we are young people, and we have prepared a special something for the Honorable Minister of Health and her entourage. But even before that, let me just announce, guest of honor, that after the surprise that we have for you, we will go and take a quick photo because you need to be part of the evidence. If there's no photo, then it's never happened. So we will take that quick photo and then we'll proceed to touring the booths, and then we can end our program for the morning. So, are you ready for the surprise? You don't sound like you're ready. I'll tell the surprise to go. Are you ready for the surprise? Surprise. DJ, give up.
Baby, yo sé rico. Oh, smile. Le pasa chimwere mweneo. Baby, yo sé rico. Oh, smile. Skone chako ni jameni. Oh, yeah. Chimani pasa chimwere mweneo. Persone faka
Hey, I just made a statement. She came to dance with. Recorded in my files. How's everybody doing today? Mulita Musha? Okay, nobody's responding. Should I go now? I heard somebody shout, ZYP. Okay, let me just tell a small story before I go. Many years ago, well, not so many, but some years ago, that man there, Mr. Malambo, we used to call him Mr. Mayor. We used to do some functions in Livingstone. Well, that time we were both very skinny, but then food did its thing. And, you know, I'm just proud to be part of something that he's pushed and worked so hard on. To see what is happening today and to think of where he is coming from is something I do this for him every day. I was telling another friend of ours there, Kaufela, earlier on, to say, wow, Sibu has grown. So proud of you, Sibu. This is huge. And when you gave me that call to be part of this, obviously, I would be part of anything that will do with a lot of young people, because in this industry that I'm in, I've seen and known people that used to dance with me, work with me, record or write music with, and they're long gone because we're so exposed to a lot of things out there in this industry, things that sometimes the excitement will get you killed. So sometimes I tell a lot of people to say, if I tell you a story as to where I'm coming from, be it the alcohol, be it the girls, be it the parties, be it all of that, and I'm still here today, I thank God for it, because I would have gone a long time ago. So when you hear somebody like me talk, don't think, let me try and experience what he experienced. You will die. Share this message with the next person. If you see one of your friends going off and just thinking, yeah, it's my life, it's my ABCD. No, it's not only your life, because if anything bad happens to you, there's people that are affected by the choice that you made. So it is important to make sure you protect yourself. Even this thing of saying, no, I can't, so I'm just going to buy this plastic and do ABCD. No, wait for the right time, because then you actually enjoy it better. It's legal then. So anyway, let me not say too much, but before I run, I'm going to introduce and invite my friend Roberto.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's my name? Say what? Let's go. Say what? Say what? Hey. One time, say. One more time, say. Thank you so much, guys. Make some noise! If you are excited to be here, please make some noise. We are super excited. Thank you so much for coming out today, guys. And I hope you remember the reason why we are all here. Let's sensitize our brothers and sisters, remind them about the purpose and the journey that we are all undertaking, right? So we're going to be with you all the way. Thank you so much to everyone that's here. My name is... One more time. My name is... Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
How are we feeling? How are we feeling? RAHi? RAHi? So I think you can see that truly we are men and women of our words. We've delivered on the surprise, and we hope that you had fun. So at this particular juncture, I will humbly call upon the Honorable Minister of Health, who will acknowledge the board chairperson for the National AIDS Council. After the remarks for the Honorable Minister of Health, Honorable Minister, I will be standing just right there at the door, waiting to direct you from where we'll do the photo. So remember, you need to be part of the evidence, because if you were never there, there's no photo, it's never happened. So we'll do the photo, then after the photo, we'll do a tour of the booths, then we are done for the morning. So I'll call upon the Honorable Minister of Health now.
Just to say thank you for the good show of music. We've enjoyed ourselves. It's always nice to end with the dance. I think it's part of keeping health. As we end, I just wanted to say my last word. Please be seated, those of you in front. Thank you. Talking about the National AIDS Council, as you are aware, the National AIDS Council is an arm of government that basically is there to help us fight this deadly HIV disease. Now, the National AIDS Council has a board and a management. And this board, the board chairperson for the board is Mr. Ngwenya, Zonadi Ngwenya. Now, Mr. Ngwenya has been with HIV for a long, long time. I recall that 12 years ago, or more than 12 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, he was with an international or a local organization that was dealing with the issues of HIV. And he was with that institution for over 12 years, if I recall. And then from there, he continued his fight against HIV. And today, I just want to recognize his efforts, his time, his commitment, his passion on the fight against HIV, especially among the adolescents. I just thought that this would be the best way for me to say thank you at the end of my time with you. And I'd like him just to stand up. Is he? Ah. please say something. You know, he's a man of very few words, but behind this man, there is work, there's commitment. This man has done a lot in this country. When history is written about HIV, when we end HIV in Zambia and in the world, his name will be among the names of those who fought against this scourge and who contributed immensely to make the fight end. Please say a word.
Good afternoon. Honorable Minister, thank you very much indeed for your kind remarks. I retired from active employment myself almost 6 years ago. I worked for an organization which is called SAT Zambia. But as I said, I retired almost 6 years ago in December 2017. But to get to be remembered and honored after 6 years is extremely humbling, Minister. I'm truly grateful to the organizers. I'm truly grateful for you, for your time to come over here and actually make these remarks in my honor. I'm truly, truly grateful. I'm also mindful, secondly, Minister, I'm also mindful that such accolades are commonly made when you are actually 6 feet under, and not when you are alive. But you have done it differently, Honorable Minister. And so I'm truly, truly grateful to all of you for supporting me. I also want to say that I want to dedicate these kind remarks and this honor to the young people, yourselves, because you are at the front and center of the HIV response. With those remarks, Honorable Minister, once again, I'm truly grateful to you. Thank you.
I told you that he's a man of very few words. And I know that among you, there are many that have gone through his hands in this journey to end AIDS in Zambia. So thank you very much, and may God bless you.
So, Honorable Minister and indeed distinguished invited guests and the participants in the audience, I will ask that we be upstanding as the Minister and the high table leave to go and take the photo. So immediately the high table leave, then we can now all go outside and then we have people who direct us for the photo. Thank you.